Yeah. Let's see. What up? Welcome to 2024. I know, we're getting old. Well, that's okay. Oh, not this one. This one. Hello. Welcome in. Oh yeah, you might be wondering, why do I have, like, party flags behind me? Mute. Good one. Good one. I know I'm not muted, though the music is a tad loud. Nice try. So, here we go. Somewhere around there. Oh yeah, the public domain Mickey Mouse here. I've heard about that. I mean, it's not all of Mickey Mouse. It's the Steamboat Willie era Mickey Mouse, because it's that thing where after a certain amount of time, after the creator's death or something, or maybe just a certain amount of time that's been around, it enters the public domain. So that's funny. Good times. So you might be wondering why I have these behind me, and the reason why is because we're actually, in addition to New Year's, we're actually celebrating a friend's birthday. If you can't read it because it's all written on the other side, but it's a Japanese friend, and it says "Otanjoubi omedetou," and so it's just happy birthday in Japanese. But I thought I didn't intentionally leave them up. But I looked at them when I was setting up the stream and just like, I don't need to take them down. It's kind of, it fits with the festiveness of 2024, right? So, at your place? No, we just put them up here because, and didn't invite anyone over. No, it was at my place. I love how much channels I subbed to just re-uploaded the whole 7-minute thing unedited. Which 7-minute thing? Hope your holidays were good. I hope your holidays were good. How's everyone going? How is everyone's Christmas and New Year's? Because I really have not streamed since then. My plan was to stream on the 29th, last Friday, but it just didn't work out that way. I've I've been busy, and it's hard to plan stuff around this time of year, I think. Yeah, it's 95 years after publication. Gotcha. That's interesting. Yeah. So Steamboat Willie era Mickey Mouse is public domain, I suppose, which is kind of funny. I mean, not that I know that Disney is very protective of their properties, and that's why it's funny. But I doubt they were making that much money from Steamboat Willie in 2024 anyway. So I'm sure it's probably not actually going to be much loss to them, but it is kind of funny. It is just it's just mildly amusing, really. Play Steamboat Willie. I guess we could now, couldn't we? Let me see. I assume someone must have uploaded it already, because this is not this has been news that you can do that this is a thing now. Steamboat Willie. Oh, that 7-minute thing. It's Steamboat Willie is 7 minutes. That's what you're saying. They also put Steamboat Willie in the introduction of every Disney animated movie for a while. Oh yeah, it was part of their logo. Hang on. I guess we're gonna flop on over real quick. This one, right? Yeah. Yeah? No. Alright, well, it's good enough. Yeah, because so I guess they were kind of using it as a mascot. It's not necessarily profitable for them, but it was their mascot. This logo, just to, I always think of this logo as the logo that that tells you whether a film is a Pixar film or not. Not that, you know, there is, not that you can't tell because of the Pixar logo, but like whenever it's this, it's like, okay, well, this is it they may both have Disney at the start, but when it's this logo, it means it was made by a completely separate group of people. That's how I identify it. Flop on over to Willy. Did Corridor Crew really just upload it wholesale? I don't know if I care enough to watch the whole thing, but we'll watch a little bit of it. I'm already bored. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, here we go. This is the famous part. Classic. I hope people are still getting muted for copyright while watching the videos, so be careful. Yeah, I was just about to say that like, none of this, like, just because, yo.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Thank you so much, Dan JC, for the tier 1 for 4 months. I really appreciate that. Also, there was one earlier, Talking Panda. Thanks so much for the resub for 1 month at tier 1. Oh wait, no, for 6 months. You resub for 1 month, but they've been subscribed for 6 months. Hey, thank you so much for 6 months. Talking Panda, if you're still here. I don't know, that was 10 minutes ago. But hey, how's everyone going? Oh yeah, I was just about to say that the thing is, even if legally you can upload it, that doesn't mean Disney can't send a DMCA and that the platform won't just handle it. Like, I mean, if the platform cared enough, they could just say, we think this DMCA is fraudulent. But generally, like, these platforms don't vet them that closely because they get a lot of them, and then and it's easier to just kind of process all of them.
Weird to think it'll be almost July next time I sub. Anyway, Mad Chandays Wookiee.
Will it? But hey, thanks so much for 2 months. I really appreciate that. Casadonna. Hey, I really appreciate that. Yeah, that's the thing. The internet copyright system is still surprisingly. This is not like YouTube's. This is just on YouTube. This is like the whole world, or at least at least in the United States. But I think it kind of bleeds over into other countries as well. That like they can, if you send a DMCA, the platform doesn't like check each one to make sure each one is legal, because they probably get 1,000 every minute or so. So usually what they do is they just pass it off onto you, and it's up to you to counterclaim, and then they'll process the counterclaim, and then it's up to the other person to, that was kind of the point of the DMCA, is to make it easier for platforms to handle copyright. But it would be possible theoretically for them to not process the DMCA, and then if they get sued, they would provide some kind of defense for it. But most of them don't do that. That was kind of the whole idea of the DMCA, was that the platforms wouldn't have to. There was a way for.
Shriek to Harry next month. Also, I modded my 360 cause of you. So
hey.
Thanks for the inspo.
Hell yeah.
I just extended my Mad Tone Edition license because it was expired.
What on earth? What's
also,
going on here?
Happy New Year, Mad.
Hey, thanks. Oh, it got caught up on the apostrophe again. I don't know why sometimes it does that. I thought I fixed that, but apparently I didn't. So, thank you so much, Stickman Mayhem. Thank you so much, Randy Rules 2017. And thank you so much, Captain Hitman 38 for the subs. And Capital Hitman for the tier 3. I really appreciate that. Farmer NJD for the Prime.
Happy New Year, Clyde.
Hey, Happy New Year. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. We're bringing in 2024 in style. That's why I'm wearing this incredibly fashionable jacket right now. You can tell I just got this from Gucci. I've got this black shirt underneath. It's like $200 at Louis Vuitton. Yeah. Hey, but thank you so much for the subs. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah. I do have some stuff to talk about. Some projects I've been working on, some things, some ideas. Is there any other news we should cover apart from Mickey Mouse kind of becoming public domain partially? Have I tried TTS Monster? Yeah, if you go, there's a channel points reward for TTS Monster. I haven't been able to, like, because I want Microsoft Sam, because it's like part of my brand now, but I haven't found a way to integrate Microsoft Sam with TTS Monster, so they're two kind of separate coexisting systems. Most of my notifications are on Sam, but there's TTS Monster on a channel points redeem. Yo, Castadonna, thanks for gifting a sub to Ascendance 2001. Hell yeah, I appreciate that. It's been a year since you last streamed. Well, it hasn't been a year, but it is true I haven't streamed all year. TTS Monster has an API. Currently they integrate most with like Streamlabs and Stream Elements, neither of which I actually use. But they do have an API that like maybe I'd be able to use, but it's currently in early access, and I sent them a request. You have to send a request to get like access to it, and I sent the request, and they ghosted me. They didn't get back to me, so that's the current situation on TTS Monster. So if you want to use it, it's a channel point redeem, but it's not hooked into any of the other notifications. Steam finally dropping Windows 7 and 8. I guess that doesn't surprise me. Yo.
Cheer 100 on long time no see, an entire year.
Yes, indeed. Thanks for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it. A Mickey Mouse horror movie and video game being made. Well, as long as they stick to the parts that are public domain, then sure, why not? Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Clinton documents. Oh, interesting. I haven't heard about that, and I feel like to make any comment on it about those without having read anything about it is probably a mistake. But big oof. But yeah, it doesn't. I guess that doesn't surprise me that 7 and 8 would be slowly. I think Chromium. Yeah, we heard earlier, but that Chrome/Chromium was dropping Windows 7 support as well, which is also not surprising. I mean, that OS is 15 years old this year. You know, it's the equivalent of someone still using Windows 98 in 2013. You know, that would have seemed probably a bit much, a bit extra to be using 98 in 2013, and it's roughly, I mean, that's the same kind of time period we're talking about. Windows 7 doesn't seem that old, but yeah, that is kind of the time period we're talking about. That's okay. It's okay. We can always backport stuff. Like me, I backported .NET to Windows 95 recently, which is a video I'm working on as we speak. If you're wondering why, like, I haven't been uploading on the main channel recently, and instead we've just been getting quick videos out on the Bytes channel, it's because the next video I'm making is very big. It is currently, and I'm not even finished with all of the script yet, it is currently clocking in at 50 minutes. That's 50, not 15. It may like go up and down because I'll obviously be going in and like rewording different bits. Like if some explanation I think is going on too long, I'll try to condense it, or if something isn't quite clear, I might end up expanding. So it may end up being more like 45, or it may be more like 55. I mean, so anywhere around that is probably what it'll end up being, but it's a big one. It's going to be the longest like edited video I've made. It might even be the longest like video in general, as far as like not including stream VODs, which are obviously long. It might be the longest even including like unedited stuff outside of the stream VODs. So it's a big one, but hopefully it'll be worth it. Feature film like Matt Casey video. Hey, maybe one day. This is kind of the direction I've wanted to. Like, a lot of people have commented on this with the Bytes videos. It's like, couldn't this have been a main channel video? It's like, well, maybe. I mean, most of the Bytes videos are kind of short. They're like 6 or 7 minutes, whereas the main channel videos are more like, 15, 20 minutes. But despite that, I mean, sort of, like, some of them maybe, but, like, the direction I kind of want to take the main channel in is I want it to be more about, like, I want it to be able to do, like, you know, bigger projects, like stuff like decompiling Lego Island, although, no, we'll get to that a little later. Stuff like that, and I wanted to be able to take more time with videos, so that's why I wanted to kind of have this separation of, like, quicker videos that aren't necessarily like projects of mine, they're more just like covering things that are interesting, and then bigger videos that's more like they're more stuff that I've done, I suppose, investing more of my time into the stuff like that. So that's the idea. Main channel videos used to be short as well. What do you mean, like 8 years ago? I mean, when I talk about like main channel videos, I'm talking about within the last 2 or 3 years. I'm talking about modern history, right? Heard the RB3 we decompile taking off. It's at 1.6% now. Hell yeah! I hear good things about that. The Lego Island decomp, honestly, there's some really cool news about that actually. Let's see. We need a movie review channel. Bring back Birdemic. If I was to do movie reviews, which if I was to do more stuff like that, which I am considering, I would keep that to the main channel, and I would I would keep doing that on the main channel. Yeah, I don't think we'd have a specific channel for that. Not enough channels. Going along great. Hell yeah. Is something rendering without any of the original exe or DLLs? Yes. Yes, here we go. So I've got some Lego Island decomp news, and I really have to preface this by saying, I don't deserve the credit here. I have not been contributing much to the Lego Island decomp over the last month or so, because I've been so busy on stuff like this video. Yo, Verbea, thanks so much for the Prime sub.
Do you have anything planned for the stream?
I appreciate the Prime sub. And I guess not. I guess we're just kind of talking. But I feel like that's not a bad thing, you know? I feel like we can just talk. We can just kind of hang out and catch up and talk about what we've been, what I've been up to, or what you guys have been up to, general news and stuff like that. But hey, thanks so much for the Prime sub for 7 months. Hell yeah. So, anyway, yeah, I do not deserve the credit for this. I haven't been contributing all that much to the Lego Island decomp for the past month or so. It's really been due to the incredible people who have been contributing. I honestly, I've become, I realize, and I think someone in my chat mentioned this. I think someone in my chat came up with this, and it really has turned out to be true, which is, I think I'm the DJ Khaled of this decomp. I'm not the most talented person here. I haven't contributed the most to it, but I have successfully brought together the more talented and the more skilled people who can do this. And I've built the hype at the beginning. I shouted DJ Khaled at the beginning, by which I mean I made some YouTube videos about it. And I'll keep making stuff about like updates, but I feel like it's really been the reason it's come along as much as it has is because of them. Like I was fully like into working on it, but
Tier 100 your roller coaster tycoon videos that were like 3 minutes, and in the end you said thanks for watching if you watched the whole thing or something. Mad cute.
Well, there certainly were those. Yeah, I mean early on, because back at that time, I was trying to do like daily videos. And, you know, so it's hard to edit a lot per day when you're just like one guy. You can't afford like editors or anything like that. So I would record playing Roller Coaster Tycoon for like, I don't know how long it was, maybe an hour or two. And then I would just edit for, 8 hours. And I'd come out with something like 3 to 5 minutes worth of Let's Play, and I'd just put it out. That's how it
Tier
worked.
100 Matt be like another one, another one, another one.
Maybe that's what I should be doing. I should just, rather than say I'm gonna do these decomps, I should just start decomps, and every time I'll be like another one, and I'll be juggling like 5 decomps, but I won't actually be doing anything on them. I just brought the people together to do it. Yeah. 8 hours of editing, what? Yeah, I mean, that's sometimes what it would be like. A lot of those early Let's Plays, I'd record a bunch of stuff back to back, and then for like a week, I'd get up in the morning, I'd just edit all day. Well, not all day, but like, yeah, for somewhere between 6 to 8 hours, and I'd put out a Let's Play, and I'd just do that day after day. Eventually, I got kind of bored, though. That's the thing about me, is that I'm really bad at doing anything, any job, any task consistently for more than about a month or so, because then my likely ADHD brain gets bored and wants to do something else, and it becomes a real struggle to try and keep stuff going, and so that's why I don't do that anymore. So yeah. Okay, let's talk about news. Let's talk about. I'm cock blocking. I'm blue balling people by keeping mentioning this Lego Island news. Again, I want to make it clear this is not my achievement. This is not me. Oh no.
Mad is decompossier. You smart. You loyal tier 100.
Microsoft Sam didn't quite get the cadence down. It's you smart. You loyal. All right, let's talk about Isle Decomp. I think is it still a pull request, or has it been merged in? I think it's here. So we all know about the famous no CD animation, the whoops, you have to put the CD in your computer. As of, I guess, 3 days ago, the Decomp can now do this.
You have to put the CD.
It's largely there. I think it might have even gotten a bit further since then, because there's been more pull requests added. Again, yeah, I have to put a big shout out to Foxtacles for like he's like the driving force behind this because like if it was me, what I would do is I'd be working on it non-stop for like a month, and then I wouldn't touch it for like 3 months, and all the hype would die down. Everyone would be like, man, what a shame this is dead, and the progress has stopped on this. And I'd be like, yeah, I know, I'll get back to it soon, and I'd be back onto it for like a month, and I intensively work on it for a month, and then another 3 months would pass. I'd be like, ah, shit, I've been working on other stuff, I'm sorry. So yeah, he's really been instrumental in keeping this going. I have to give like him and a couple of the other regular contributors. If I name everyone, I'll forget someone, and that'll be a problem. But yeah, it's really like all the people here have been doing such good work. I'm really proud of them. So yeah, cool stuff. Oops, you have to put the CD up your ass. It can do 5 seconds of FMV decomp moment. Well, yeah, I mean, you have to keep in mind how much infrastructure had to be in place just to do that. You know, it has to be able to read Smacker files, it has to be able to read and output audio, it has to be able to read SI files, you know, process this proprietary format by Lego Island, or by Mindscape for Lego Island. It has to be able to display stuff on the screen, with Direct Draw. It has to implement all these things just to get that. You know, it's to the uninitiated, it doesn't look like a lot, but really there's a lot going on there. There's a lot of infrastructure that had to be in place just to get that to show. Yeah, so I am very, very happy. I'm very, very proud of the team working on that. Again, this is like I'm still around. I still hang out in the chat for moral support, but I haven't been writing much of my own code recently. I hope to eventually. Again, like there'll probably be a time where I'm hyper focused on it again for like a month, but not right now. Yeah. It's also reading the FMV stuff. I thought it was just for the CD check. Well, I mean, it has to read the FMV in order to play it, right? It has to be able to decode the video, you know? The newer the game, the more complex it is, even at that point. Yeah, for sure. Like, decomp, there's probably an upper limit to how new of a game we can decomp. Like, I see some projects, I think Kingdom Hearts for PS2 is being decomped right now, but I don't know if it's... well, actually, I know people are trying Breath of the Wild, which is a huge game, and they're going for it. They haven't made a lot of progress yet, comparatively to the whole project, but they are going for it. They're working on it. So yeah, there's probably an upper limit just as far as like how much time people are willing to put into it. I feel like right now, or the GTA trilogy, that's also like PS2 era. The original trilogy, the 3 and Vice City were the ones they were working on. They got those done in about 2 years. I think Mario 64 was about 2 years. Lego Island, I think, might even be quicker because there's a lot of stuff that Lego Island relied on a lot of DirectX stuff, and we've got a lot of really devoted people. So I think there's a good chance that could be done before the end of 2024, which would be about a year and a half, I'd say, which is again pretty good. Sonic Mania was about a year and a half. So currently, I think 1 to 2 years is about what it takes for the games that have been successfully decomped, and I think that's enough. That's as much time as people are willing to put in. But if it's getting on like 5 years, it's like, you know what I mean? It's a bit much. Yeah. Porting Lego Island to use renderware? I mean, I have thought about like, what could you do? I mean, I think probably what you'd want to do is port it to Godot or something, kind of like what Sonic Colors Ultimate did. They like ported the graphics to Godot, I guess, because it's a modern graphics engine and it was cheap. But yeah, I guess that's probably that might be what you want to do if you want to do like modern era stuff. But yeah. I've been waiting for you to stream it. I miss you. Oh, I missed you guys too. I've been meaning to get on stream again. I was trying to stream on the 29th, but I was like, what happened was I became hip deep into into some video related stuff. I mentioned earlier, for people who weren't here, I'm working on my next main channel video. If you're wondering why, it's been a while and why there's everything's going on the Bytes channel right now, it's because the main channel video is a long one. It's currently clocking in at 50 minutes, and I haven't even finished it yet.
Mask at the new Doom Tier 100 where it gets ported with anything with a screen and a keyboard.
That would be really nice. I'd be down. I mean, Mario 64 is kind of that already. It'd be nice to be able to contribute another potential project to that for sure. By video is really interesting. Hey, I'm glad you like them. I feel we're still kind of finding our footing with those, but I feel like I feel pretty happy about what we've done already. I say we because I'll write them and I'll record them and then I'll send them to an editor and they'll finish it. That frees me up to work on the big main channel videos. So I think we're still finding what does and doesn't work on that channel, but I think I'm really excited about it. I'm optimistic. I'm glad people have been enjoying it. Need a new AI trained to decomp. I have thought about that actually. In theory, shouldn't it be possible to, train an AI on the output of a compiler so that it can not necessarily create really good code or really readable code, but at least some code that could, that could recompile to the same output. You know what I mean? I feel like that's probably doable. I don't know. I don't know enough about AI, but probably doable. None of this would have happened if you hadn't decided one day to install Windows 98 on a USB. It's kind of true. That's if you go back to the history of my channel, yeah. Casadonna, thank you for gifting us up to the Lemon Man. I really appreciate that. Just said my sub ran out yesterday. Well, not anymore. Not anymore.
Tier 100 me and coworker tried applying for a patent on this. Don't ask why.
Oh boy. Well, I mean, I think that would be an interesting application of AI. I don't know how feasible it is or how much work would be required or like if they can currently do it, but like with enough training, it feels like it could be doable. We need it to be trained on different processor architectures and hardware, I guess. Yeah, it would have to, like, you might have to train it each time for each like game that you do. You'd have to train it on like the specific compiler that was used to see like what inputs would produce what outputs, like what compiled code. You have to train it on because we're talking about compiled code, you have to train it on that CPU architecture, on that the instruction set. You might have to train it on the platform it's on, like Windows function calls, something like that, maybe. I have no idea. But yeah, so I imagine it could be like a per game undertaking either way. At that point, it's easier to raid the LEGO offices. I don't know. I mean, AI has produced some very impressive stuff with like, once it's been trained.
From what I understand, the main limiting factor would be context length.
Yeah. Definitely do some stuff, identifying common stuff like library functions, basic functionality, but get to understanding that the low-level algorithm represents some high-level structure is hard. Yeah, I can imagine. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Yeah, so it's only something that's like I wonder if that could be done, but yeah. One big drawback of decomping Wii ports of Xbox 360 games I found, the compiler wanted to save on space, so it does a little code merging. Yeah, I mean, if you've seen our Burnout 3 decomp, I mean, we're not decomping all of Burnout 3, we're decomping like components of Burnout 3 so that it can run on PC. That compiler has done a shit ton of link time code generation or link time optimization, and that has been a disaster. We've had to that has made everything much harder to work with the Xbox version, but the Xbox version also saves us a lot of time because it already can kind of run on PC because it's x86 architecture, so it's, you know, there's pros and cons. Reborn 3 has been great foundation for a decomp we've
Tier
started.
100, I am almost 100% sure you could do it with very small programs like DOS-sized programs. In fact, I want to try it in the future.
Classic. That could work. Yeah, I could see that. Reborn 3 has been great foundation for a decomp we've started for 007 Nightfire. Thanks for the pointers regarding LTCG. We're thinking of building some Ghidra Python tooling to check / automate the process. That's interesting. Hell yeah, I'm glad it's been helpful. There hasn't been like there's still not much on in Reborn 3. It's still like fairly in its infancy, but hopefully one day. LTO is the reason we can't directly decomp Xbox 360 games. It can be like that, yeah. Is it possible to create a racing game in the Source engine? I feel like it probably is. I've never used the Source engine, but sure. Do you have beta builds of the Xbox version of Burnout 3? Beta builds are usually debug builds, and they usually have function names. There are beta builds of both. There are prototypes that have been leaked of both the Xbox and the PS2 version. None of the Xbox versions have symbols or anything like that. I've talked about this before. The PS2, one PS2 prototype has a linker map that predates the build we actually got by 5 days. But that's close enough that I was able to write a script to match everything in that linker map to the build we got, and I've been using that as a reference. So yeah, that's all we've got though. Whoever got Bing Chillings doesn't put anything on it. Man's paid $255 for this, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's what it ended at. Hang on, what did I say? Bing Chill Ing. $255, yeah. Man's paid $255 just to put Bing Chilling on it. I mean, I guess I can see it. I can just see the point. An 8-bit value of dollars, I know. And to think you can't even, you know, he didn't even set up an email server on there. You can't set up anything at Bing Chill Ing, you know? Disgraceful. Type in, by the way, if you want your own fancy email address with a meme domain name, type in !mail. I run my own mail service now. You will need to be either subbed on Twitch or a patron on Patreon, because that's the easiest way to...
Happy New Year, Matt.
Yo, Happy New Year, XX Beefy DJ. I really appreciate that. For 4 months, hell yeah. That was the easiest way to make sure like people don't just spam the shit out of the accounts. And it also, in a roundabout, indirect way, kind of keeps the servers running. So hey, there you go. Bing Chill Ing could have been used for something great. That's what I'm saying. Well, you know, maybe they have future plans for it. You know, you never know. What does a girl's foot look like? There are plenty of pornographic websites that can show you. You weren't willing to pay $255? I'm afraid not. I don't think I've ever paid more than like... I've never paid in the hundreds for a domain. I think the most I've paid... I'm trying to think. What's the most expensive domain I own? I think the most I've paid has honestly been like $40. Like, it's really not much, you know? Yeah, so... that's a little bit about what's been going on with me. I have to do some stuff with this chatbot. I have to fix some of the things that happen. After I've been streaming for 4 hours consistently, the bot's Twitch token expires and it creates a new one. It automatically refreshes it. But what it then does is somehow I think it instantiates something twice. So a dialogue ends up, or the TTS ends up playing back like twice back to back. So that's kind of funny. I need to fix that at some point. I also am gonna write music into the chatbot. So not only can you use like bot commands to see what is currently playing, you can also use them. I'd like to be able to use them to influence what's currently playing, like maybe a channel points redeem to play the hard off music. I have a question regarding the Burnout 3 port, how you handle multiplayer. Truthfully, the answer is I don't know yet. There's a good chance, because it's the Xbox version, that it might just hook into Insignia, like out of the box. If not, then we could just write our own like netcode and fill it in, because we're already like rewriting the graphics code. So, you know, what's rewriting the netcode as well? But I have a feeling, because it's the Xbox, we're using the Xbox version as a base, it'll probably just hook into Insignia. But I don't know that for sure.
Cheer 100, wouldn't it be great if instead it was called Hard On?
Well, I mean, it's okay. I've got all the hard on that we need when we go to hard off, so I make up for it. Okay. Another thing I've been looking into, and I have to preface this by saying, I know it's silly. It's so silly. Lego Island Decomp got you bricked up. I would say this, the fact that we're seeing no CD in it now, I think that's pretty cool. I'm pretty happy with that. That's like, the fact that the Decomp is showing something, like, anything at all. It completely independently from the original DLLs. I think that's great. I can't complain at all. Hoodie looks comfy. It is. it's a large size as well, which is a bit big for me in the sense that like I'm more like a medium. But the idea was it would be comfy, so it's large size. We're getting in-game by the end of the year. I actually think, I know that's like, I think given current progress, we're probably not, but there's a pretty good chance we will. Yeah, I think there's no reason not to think so.
It won't be too big for long, cause you're Jim Cheer 100.
I have been going to the gym. When my friends came over and we erected these flags, and ourselves, if you know what I mean. We did the thing about having like friends that also go to the gym is they're always coming over and like, oh, you want to work out? And I'm just like, sure, I guess. So we go for like a jog around the neighborhood. There's a lot of we'll get all shirtless and we'll start doing push-ups and shit. It's incredibly homoerotic, but there's nothing wrong with that. Must be up in altitude to wear that hoodie. 8:30 a.m. here on East Coast Australia, 27 degrees. Yeah, no. In my hemisphere, it is winter. What is the current temperature, actually? It is apparently 18 Celsius here. So, yeah. But I feel ya. I'm absolutely sure my my Australian friends and family would not be wearing a jacket like this. Hey kids, I want to get stacked. You want to get all big and strong? With my Joy Boys? True. I had a great New Year's Eve party with the Joy Boys, and that's why these are all set up. So I'm here because you committed the cardinal sin of New Year's jokes. You know I had to. I had to do it at least once, right? Good times. What's this?
It's like negative 20 Celsius in Helsinki. It's giving me misery cheer 100 LUL. ...
He really punctuated the joke. That ... Damn, that's rough. I've genuinely never lived in a like cold, snowy climate. I lived in Canberra, which some people who live in Canberra will say it's cold in Canberra, but it doesn't actually snow. And then people who live in Canberra will say it does snow, but what they mean is it snows for about 10 seconds a year. Like, you'll be driving along and there'll be some snow on your windscreen, and you're like, wow, it's snowing! And then it'll stop for the rest of the year, and that'll be it. I genuinely, like, in Canberra, it very, very, very rarely goes below, like, 0 Celsius. It rarely goes below freezing. So, and then I moved to an even, like, milder climate. So, yeah, I've never lived in a genuinely cold climate. I actually don't know if I'd be able to handle it. Like, what would me in, like, in a snowy climate, how would I be able to survive? Find out. The same Matt time, same Matt channel. You're lying. Australia doesn't. True. Well, then I've just lived here my whole life in that case. In which case, it still doesn't snow. Describing England every year since 2013. Really? Is that global warming? Because I know England has like a reputation.
I hardly survive a cheer 100.
Damn. Yeah, I feel that. I know that. Thanks for the 100 bits. I know that like cars. I'm aware that on the east coast of America, cars, they have to put like salt on the road to make the snow melt. And so the cars get much more rusty because of all the salt. Whereas like cars from places that don't get snowy, they sell for more money. They hold their value longer because they're not from salty climates. Yeah, that's kind of wild. That's, again, something I'm not familiar with at all because I've never never lived in any climates like that. As a Floridian, it's more like, wow, I could put a sweater on for about 2 days. I get that. I get that. No, I haven't lived. I don't think I've lived anywhere that hot either. Yeah, I've always lived in relative. I guess it's kind of lucky. I've always lived in relatively mild climates. Like I said, I know people will say Canberra gets cold and Canberra gets hot. Again, it could, but not for very long.
Salt on the roads is all the rage here. I bought a car from Italy because of that. Cheer 100. Well, at least I don't live in Yakutia.
What's that? I've never heard of Yakutia. Oh, it's a oh, is that where like it's a part of it's a region of Russia? Is that where like Siberia and shit are? Oh, it's neighboring Siberia, I think. Interesting. Play GTA RP. You know, I know everyone is playing GTA RP now on Twitch. I've seen that, and I'm just like, I don't know if I get it. Maybe this is me becoming old. I don't know if I get to GTA RP, but maybe I just haven't watched it enough. I think I've always been. Whenever I see people doing it, I'm just like, I don't know what this is, and I turn it off. But maybe I just haven't given it a chance.
Cheer 100. It's one of the coldest places to live. I think they get down to -70°C.
Damn. Not -70°C. Holy shit, though. That's insane. Do people actually... I know this is probably a rude question to ask, but why would people live somewhere that gets down to -70°C? Why wouldn't they just move? I know that's a silly thing to say. Yeah. Misery. Oh wait, someone asked a question. On the topic of decomps, you know how the new 3DS is close in power with the Wii, and how Mario Galaxy has a decomp. What's
Cheer
stopping...
100. I ask myself the same question, but apparently they have diamond mines there.
It all comes down to money. But I guess I can see that. I'm sure there's like, just like, you know, for the reasons people stay in most places, like, you know, your family's there and your community's there and stuff like that. I'm sure I'm sure it works out like that. What's stopping someone like you from porting Mario Galaxy to the new 3DS? I think it's just time. I always say this, that like, a lot of the time you'll look up things like, you know, how do you decompile this? Or can you run like the PowerPC version of Windows NT on a PowerPC Mac? And people will reply with something like, no, it's impossible! Like, you cannot do it! And lo and behold, someone decompiles Mario 64 and someone gets NT4 working on the Nintendo Wii. So I've come to the conclusion that, like, in software, nothing is really impossible. It really just comes down to like how much time you're willing to invest, right? How much of your life?
Well, Nintendo lawyers are a pretty good reason to stop.
Depends. Again, how much of your life do you want to fight a Nintendo lawsuit? Yeah, it's really just, it's just how much you want to commit to it. Architecture difference, like differences in memory maps and whatnot. Yeah, I'm sure you could work a lot of that out there. If you went to the effort of decompiling Mario Galaxy and you had the source code and you could just like tamper with it, I'm sure you could do something. In England, grit is put on main roads whenever the template below 5 degrees. I see. I see. Below 5. Yeah, I can see that. The earliest Mac emulators on the Amiga ran the actual code natively, but used different tricks depending on the host processor to actually get the code and environment that gave it what it was expecting. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it depends. It depends what you mean by port as well. Like, do you mean like a binary port, like with injection, or do you mean like a source port, like with a decomp? With the decomp, I feel like it would definitely be doable. Mario 64 decomp is technically legal. There's nothing they can do about it because it doesn't include Nintendo assets. Theoretically, that's neither true nor false. that's never been tested in court. There's no law that says you can do that, and there's no legal precedent. It's a we don't provide the assets, so as far as we're concerned, our users are using the original game. That's a legal defense. It doesn't necessarily stop them from being sued. They could get sued, and the court may or may not agree with them. But that hasn't been tested yet. N64 Portal is not a port; it's a remake. Yeah, sure. It was tested once in court, loosely, but I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's like close, right? There's the Intel NEC case, which is like close. That's the one where the court decided that even though it wasn't a clean room reverse engineering, they had changed up the code enough that it would it no longer constituted copyright infringement. And there have been things like that, like the Sega Accolade case is whether it was fair use to use copyrighted material in a situation where they couldn't achieve what they wanted without doing so. So there's things that have been like that, but there's never been like some guy in his bedroom decompiled a game and uploaded it to GitHub. Is this legal or is this fair use? Is this, no, nothing like that. It's never been tested specifically. Getting a strong sense of deja vu. Yeah, we talk about legality sometimes. Even if it's legal, have fun affording the lawyers to defend you. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, even if you're legally in the right, you can still get sued. You'll just win the court case, hopefully, right? I feel like the M64 decomp has enough press coverage that if Nintendo could take it down, they would. The source is an independent creation that happens to compile the same bytes to the original ROM if used with the assets from the original ROM. The thing is, I hear what you're saying, but like, legally speaking, you can just file a DMCA. Like, GitHub will process a DMCA if Nintendo submitted one. They process Take-Two's DMCA. So I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true that if they could, they would. I think there's something else, and I don't think we know what it is because it's even if they couldn't, they would do it. The proper DMCA does have a dispute process part of the takedown ability. Sure, yeah, you can file like a counterclaim. That's what the GTA 3 decompers did. They filed a counterclaim, and then they got sued, and then they were wrapped up in litigation for 2 years, and then Take-Two decided they sold enough remasters and they dropped the case. So, yeah. Do you think Nintendo assassins are real? Well, not assassins, but Nintendo ninjas are real. We know that now. If a recipient disputes it, the claimant has something like 10 to 14 days to respond before the content has to go back up. Yeah, and that's what happened with the Take-Two, with the GTA 3 stuff. Then they got sued. Like, whether they would have won or lost the court case is something we don't know because the court case never got finished. But there's nothing stopping Nintendo doing exactly the same thing. I think probably the theory I've heard, which I could believe, is that Nintendo is worried about setting the precedent in the wrong direction. Like, if they went through all the effort to DMCA, get counterclaimed, and then sue, the court may find that, the Mario 64 stuff was perfectly legitimate or perfectly legal. And then, the floodgates would really be open. Like, Nintendo certainly couldn't do anything about it then. I feel like Nintendo is holding on to their ability to take down stuff that they feel like they'll have an easy... You may be right in the sense that they feel like going through all the effort and may end up after a couple of years, maybe it may not be worth it in the long run. But there's nothing stopping them from taking it down if they really wanted to. Again, it's a matter of it's a matter of the Nintendo, the big corporation, has a lot of money to spend on the court case, whereas, you know, some guys, you know, working at home will have a harder time. Like, that's why I feel like the Take-Two stuff, I don't think Take-Two actually intended to win that court case at all. I think all they wanted was to wrap up the Decompers in litigation for as long as it would take to sell enough copies of the remaster. I think that's literally all they wanted to do. Nintendo might have to one day get their old stuff reverse engineered that uses middleware they don't own. Yeah, maybe. Nintendo took DMCAs on GitHub repos that did not even contain any piracy content nor games source code. Usually they take down some programs that have the potential to relate to piracy, which should be the most common thing to DMCA by Nintendo. Certainly, yeah. I mean, the decomp is like... Maybe they don't mind so much because they... I don't know.
Tier 100, yup, the legal system is super fair. The one who has more money is the one who's right.
True, yeah. That's the thing about a lot of these, like, you know, tactics that we use, we as reverse engineers and modders use to like try and get on the company's good side. They're not necessarily like legal protections. They might be legal defenses if we got sued, but getting sued is a real hassle. So most of what we're doing is just trying to not get sued in the first place. So, yeah. Nintendo could hire decompers to decomp old games for remasters. Oh wait, they have the source code. Well, Nintendo has been better about holding onto the source code than most people. Like the actual source for Mario 64 did get leaked at one point. Yeah, but there are plenty of places that don't. Like, allegedly, EA does not have the source code for Burnout 3, and that's why that's why they just keep re-releasing Burnout Paradise over and over and over again, because they don't have any of the source for the older games, ostensibly. Oh yeah, the time Nintendo shipped a pirated NES ROM as a Virtual Console title. That was pretty funny. I mean, it wouldn't have been so funny if Nintendo wasn't so angry about, like, emulation all the time. Now, I remember, we've talked about this before, Nintendo has this, like, what would we say? Yeah, they have this, they had this legal page for a while that was basically like a legal FAQ. And it was stuff like, it would have on it, like usually a legal page is really dry stuff, like it's like a privacy policy or terms and conditions. But their legal page was stuff like, aren't emulators like good for preservation? And Nintendo would be like, no, they're our intellectual property and we're in charge of whether something gets...
the regulations that the European Union is imposing on companies?
Am I a fan of the regulations that the EU is imposing on companies? It makes me sound like, I don't want to sound like a government shill or anything, but generally I feel like they have been pretty good. Like, you know, the USB-C on the iPhone, like, how many times, I'm an Android user, so my phones have used USB-C for the last, like, 5-6 years or so. And then every time a friend comes over, all my friends will have iPhones, and they'll be like, hey, can I plug into something? And I'm just like, oh, let me get the lightning cable out for you. Like, it's just going to be so much easier when everyone is not doing that anymore. And similarly, aren't they forcing Apple to try and like implement side loading so you don't have, like, that would be nice, because that's like one of the big reasons I do use Android over iPhone. Like, I don't do anything particularly special. I don't unlock the bootloader. I don't like root it or anything like that. I just want to be able to load apps on without like bullshit, essentially. Side loading is a thing. Isn't it like you do it over Xcode and it's like you have to like refresh it every 7 days or some shit like that? Or maybe there's like something better now. But yeah, I know there's like ways, but they're not like as easy as just installing them on on Android. Also, EU has protections, some protections for decompilation, which is kind of nice. America doesn't. Decomp probably the decomp laws in the EU probably fall under fair use in America. They're not explicitly stated, but EU explicitly says that you're allowed to, despite any like end user license agreement, you're allowed to decompile and reverse engineer something for the purposes of, you know, interoperability with other things, or if you need to fix a bug or something like that. It does not say you can then upload the resulting decompilation to GitHub, but you know, at least some of it is protected. You have to redo it every 7 days. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Services like AltStore that refreshes the expiration date via server. Yeah, that rings a bell. Still, it's just kind of like, it'd be nice if it just supported it, which I guess they're going to be forced to do. That's what I heard, at least. Side loading is geo-locked. It checks your GPS and IP address. Damn, that's weird. That's like, that feels a little bit too. That feels a bit too wild for me. What does the KC stand for? Cleanup crew, or what else did we do? Kentucky Chicken. Kill children. I think someone said that before. One of those. Pick and choose. Kansas City. Clean cock. That's a good one. Yeah. Matt, check off topic and rate my lunch. If you posted a picture of a dick, I'm gonna be really disappointed. Oh, no, it's an actual meal. I'm gonna assume it's probably pretty good, but it's a little smashed up. But that's okay. It might be a Gordon Ramsay. It might be a Gordon Ramsay moment of like, it looks a mess, but it tastes great. Could be. I guess I should show it on the stream, right? Otherwise, everyone's getting blue-balled by me. This is what I've been forced to see. So, I mean, it could be good. It's not a looker, but it could be good. No, it sucks ass. I'm about to throw it out. Damn. Well, we'll get him next time. Krispy Kreme. That's a good one too. Top looks like a dead frog. I was thinking this looked like reindeer antlers. I was thinking maybe it was Christmas festive up here. Nintendo legal page is still up on their Australian page. Couldn't find it elsewhere. Yeah, I think what they've done is, they realized it was a bad look, so they removed it from like most of their pages. But maybe the Australian branch didn't get the memo, so it's still up there. You can still, if you go to the Wayback Machine, you can get it on the other sites as well. But yeah, I remember going over this page and it's kind of hilarious. Oops, I closed my Twitch dashboard. Why is it when I catch a 5th Pokemon, it goes to Bill's PC? Why not Steve's, man? Damn it, Bill! Again!
The billionaire streamer and YouTuber Mad King Cock cheer 100.
King Cock. Well, I could be King Kong, like Donkey Kong. Well, no, King Kong came first, but like, I'm trying to think, like, how do I tie it into video games somehow? Matt Lego Island. Oh god. A Pokemon PC with an old CRT. I wonder what that would look like. I mean, I used to have this thing when I was younger. I used to try doing these things. I would set up an old PC and I'd install MS-DOS on it. And then there are a bunch of things you can do with MS-DOS. Like, it's not a great OS to use nowadays, but you can do stuff like install, let's say, Mini VMac, which is an early 68K emulator. So you install DOS on your PC, you install this, and then you put this in the auto exec bat, and then it's kind of like you turn on your PC and it's an old Mac. Nifty, right? And then you could do this with like a DOS Game Boy emulator. You could install DOS, install a Game Boy emulator, put it in auto exec, and then you turn on the PC and it just boots into Pokemon. It's a dedicated Pokemon PC. Why not? Never gotten Mini VMac to work for me at all. I think I only ever got it working on DOS. I don't know if I tried on anything else. Yes, dark mode Wikipedia does exist. You have to log in, make an account, and then click here. Light mode or dark mode. You can also change the... you can also change the theme to the old one, which I prefer, with these old contents. So that's fun. Yeah, just make an account. I wonder if anyone has thought about making a real... Oh yeah, you'd have like an old server under it. I guess so. Or you could use an extension like I do. I mean, yeah, I have a Dark Reader extension on here. Yeah. But I find that like if a site actually supports dark mode natively, it usually looks better than like... Because this is kind of just guessing for the most part. I know that they've got some human intervention, like they have like some presets for certain websites, but generally I find that like if a site supports dark mode natively, it's usually a little better than using an extension. Killing capacitors, yeah, I guess so. Make your Wikipedia autobiography. Isn't that against the rules? Isn't it against the rules? I don't have like a I'm not notable enough, I don't think, to have a page yet. What's the Wikipedia notability? Here we go. People. I remember there was a time when like AVGN was not notable enough for Wikipedia. Like most internet personalities were not considered notable enough. And I don't know if they just became more notable or if Wikipedia like changed their guidelines. Entertainers, I guess that's me. Oh, here we go. Finally figured it out. We found out how I'm gonna fit under these guidelines. Let's see. A crime. I can be a crime perpetrator. I decompiled Lego Island. I'm perpetrating a crime.
Tier 100.
Liquorpedia. Is that actually a website? Is that for alcohol? Thanks for 100 bits. Controversy. What's that meme where it's like, hang on. It's like Wikipedia meme, like early life. It's here we go. Yeah. This is going to be my Wikipedia page. Early life, warning signs, the first disaster, additional disasters, public humiliation, betrayal, alcoholism. Yeah, I think that's going to be me. You can just write it now. Write my Wikipedia page now. Sure you can fill all this out. Encyclopedia. Yeah, I guess someone could write an ED page on me. That'd be unfortunate, but yeah. Enough of your feet for a Wikipedia page. Wasn't someone gonna what was it, like submit me to WikiFeet? Criticism of Matt Casey. You gotta love when a page, or when a company, when an entity has its own criticism of page. I know there's a criticism of Apple page. Wait, there was. Maybe it doesn't exist anymore. Oh no. Criticism of Wikipedia. Oh no, we're getting really controversial here. Criticism of Apple. They must have merged into this page. There certainly used to be. Hang on, view history. Moving to criticism of Apple Inc. And then what happened here? Wait, no. I need to go back to the pre-redirect to practices of Apple Inc. And then this got merged as well. What? This page is all over the place. To Apple supply chain. Okay, interesting. Well, so in theory, this is the page that it should be linking. It should be redirecting to, because this is where it ultimately got moved to, right? Yeah, mostly about the working conditions of its factories. I get that. I totally understand. Criticism of Microsoft. Let's take a look. Not just Microsoft, but also Windows and also Office. Interesting. This got merged into the real page as well. Criticism of Microsoft. Damn. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. There's so much here. Oh dear. Well, so you guys got to get on there. Get on my criticism of Matt KC page. Come on. And then I'll go ahead and buy mattkc.sucks finally, which I think is still more expensive than Bing Chill Ing. I'll go ahead and buy Matt KC sucks, and I'll redirect it to criticism of Matt KC on Wikipedia. Xbox Live prohibition of the word gay. Let's see what that is. I guess the idea, the goal, was they wanted to like, they wanted people to be calling each other gay a little bit less, but it has a bit of a roundabout effect of suppressing actual homosexuality. Users may not use the string gay in a gamer tag. Oh man. Or refer to homosexuality in their profile. This company considers content of a sexual nature or it's too sexual for them apparently. After banning Teresa, a lesbian gamer who had been harassed by other users for being homosexual, senior clarified the policy. Expression of any orientation is not allowed in gamer tags, but they're examining how we can provide it in a way that won't get misused. All right, well, I don't know. Whatever. You think you'd be annoyed if someone else bought Matt KC sucks before you did? Depends what they did with it. If they did something funny with it, I don't think so. Like, if they're willing to spend $350 on it, then go right ahead. I got banned for having the word gay in my bio about 10 years ago, lol. Nice. The ban stated TOS because at the time it stated absolutely no sexuality-based discussion. Yeah, I guess so. Sure. Criticism of desktop Linux? Wow. Let's see, actually. How valid do I think this is as a desktop Linux user now on all of my computers? I don't have anything that mains anything else, except I guess my Mac Mini is still runs Mac OS. Yeah. Desktop Linux was criticized for having missed its opportunity to become a significant force. Well, that is true. However, I mean, a lot of stuff missed the opportunity. Like Next Step came out in 88, and that missed the opportunity to become a significant force in desktop computing. The release of the poorly received Windows Vista was a missed opportunity. I don't agree. I feel like anytime someone says that, like it always has to be like the least convenient option to capture most people. Most people, they only care about like convenience. That's why we know that our phones are listening to us. We know that Facebook is listening to us, but we don't care because it's more convenient to keep using the phone. And we know that, you know, certain things are bad for us, but we keep doing it because it's more convenient. So it would, the most convenient option here would have been to just stay on XP. So most people are just going to stay on XP. They're not going to uproot their entire computer just because Vista is not very is not very good on their hardware. Anyway, so I don't believe that. Both critics indicated Linux did not fail on desktop due to being too geeky, too hard to use, or too obscure. I mean, it was probably just too late. Like Microsoft, like Windows had a majority Windows had like 90% of the market by like 96 or 97, and Linux, I don't think was that. I have to think back on my history, but Linux I don't feel like was that viable. Like when Windows 95 came out, it was probably already over, you know. The only reason the Macintosh survived was because they'd already been around since the 80s, and they had a strong like cult following with like desktop publishing. I feel like by the time Windows 95 took like 90% of the market, I feel like it was too late for anything to edge in. Too geeky. Bill Gates successfully made it so that even a good OS could not overtake the market share Windows has. Sure, I mean that's the thing. It's not about what's the best option. Because if everyone just bought what was best, everyone would buy, you know, i7s, or they'd buy, you know, top tier MacBooks, or they'd all buy like, you know, high-end ThinkPads or anything like that. But for like 90% of people, it's just about whatever's convenient, you know, whatever's good enough for however much they're willing to pay. So like that's why it's hard to launch anything else in this climate. Yeah, macOS barely scraped through. They only scraped through because they had a pre-existing audience, and they just managed to like to leverage it. Yeah, with the iMac really, but it's only because they had like if they tried to launch in 1998 and there was no like Macintosh up until then, they wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Yeah, Linux is technically the most popular consumer operating system in the form of Android. Yeah, I mean, you could argue that that's not like... Android is not GNU/Linux. It's an operating system that runs the Linux kernel. So the Linux kernel is one of the most popular kernels in existence, and like a lot of the tools carry over. In theory, this is where the GNU distinction actually becomes a little it does become a little helpful. Technically, there are no Linux user base. Yeah, that's what I mean. Google/Linux. Yeah, exactly. macOS is a weird exception where Steve Jobs nailed the marketing, and now there's a bunch of people who religiously stand by Apple's ecosystem. I'd say that's a very cynical way of wording it. You're more or less right, but I mean the Mac had like throughout the 80s, it probably did have a genuine edge over Windows. Yo.
Pack some Bezos bucks to enjoy under your mad kid.
Yo, thanks so much, Luna Moonfang, for the Prime for 3 months. I really appreciate that. Hell yeah. I love how you inadvertently triggered us in from that. That was so funny. Yeah. Apple was trading at $3 before Steve Jobs came back. It definitely took someone like Steve to save that. Oh, absolutely. So, yeah, I didn't finish what I was saying. The Mac had a genuine advantage in the 80s, I think. In the 90s, Windows caught up, and they didn't anymore. And the Mac was stagnant, and it probably would have died out if it weren't for Steve Jobs coming back. However, Steve Jobs, I don't even think Steve Jobs would have been able to launch a PC, a new architecture in '98. I think it just would have been too late for it. So it was both the marketing and the design, and the fact that they had like a pre-established audience. Yeah. He tried with the next computer. He did, and that was in 1988. That was 10 years earlier. He tried to get a new computer architecture out, and the Next was a popular among some people, but it was not it never became mainstream. Debatable that Mac had an advantage in the 80s. They had pretty archaic restrictions for the price even at the time. Yeah, I could see the argument for that. I think the main advantage Apple had was that, like, I might be getting my history mixed up, but like, for like a period of time, they had exclusive to them. They had like Photoshop and like consumer grade laser printers. Maybe not exclusive, but like they were pushing it hard. And so for a while, it that kind of established them as like the computer for professional artists and stuff. Linux kind of needs its iMac moment. There needs to be a Linux PC that's viable for consumer, but this assumes Linux goes beyond 3% market share, will never reach what Windows has. I could see Linux getting like a 10% market share. Like, it could be like Mac. It could be like the Mac is today, where it's kind of like the Mac has a large niche, The Mac is popular, but it is a niche. It's a certain demographic of people buys the Mac. And I could see Linux getting like a lot of the slightly more technical Windows users could be Linux users with a little bit more like commercial support, a little bit more driver support. Like, I have friends who still use Windows, and they know all the downsides of Windows, and they could use Linux, but it's just a little bit like, again, it's just a little too. It would just make their lives a little bit too much harder right now, more than they're willing to deal with. But they're not. It's not. It wouldn't be beyond them to main Linux. It's just not. They just don't feel it's there yet. So I could absolutely see one day it getting there. Steam Deck might fix this. However, I think Valve making official Windows drivers does not help this. Damn. Yeah, I mean, Steam Deck, I mean, Valve is doing a lot of good work as far as like the Linux is a viable gaming platform largely because of Valve. It's like 80-90% as viable as Windows is now, outside of like the newest games and like some online multiplayer games. So yeah, I mean, but then like as far as a productivity, Linux is still difficult it can be still difficult for like productivity. There's still not many great, like, if you're a Photoshop user your whole life, well, you can run Photoshop in Wine, but it's a little clunky. If you're an editor, well, there's some options on Linux. You can run Premiere in Wine, which is what I do, but it's a little clunky. You can run Resolve, but even that's a little clunky depending on your Linux distro. It's just little things like that. It's like death by 1,000 cuts, I feel like. If Adobe supported Linux, or if it worked well with Wine, I would use Linux. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's a lot of people are like, I know it's a meme to be like, just don't use Adobe, or like just pirate Adobe. It's just like a lot of people do actually depend on Adobe to like do work, and those people get kind of frozen out of using Linux at all. Resolve is a little clunky on every platform. It's especially clunky on Linux because I've talked about this. I've complained about this before, where like, okay, so. And I don't necessarily blame Blackmagic Design for this. I understand they're in a tough spot, but let's say just it's again kind of a lot of little things. Like I'm trying to use H.264 video. Okay, well, on Windows, the Resolve uses the Windows codec. H.264 is a licensed codec. It's not, I mean, you can use X.264, but your software has to be GPL in order to use that for free. Otherwise, it costs like tens of thousands of dollars to license it. And any other like commercial H.264 codec will be the same. So Microsoft does this for you. So on Windows, Resolve can use the Windows H.264 codec. Same on macOS. You can use the macOS H.264 codec. You use OpenH.264 for free. I know, but like it's not like the best codec to be using for pro stuff. It's fine for like decoding, but not for like encoding. So, but on Linux, they could use OpenH.264 for decoding probably, but you can't encode. Like you can encode with OpenH.264, but you definitely like suffer some quality loss from like X.264. So what they do instead is they have no H.264 support in the free version, so you have to pay money for, and then they'll ship you their own H.264 codec. That's okay. I don't mind paying for money for software. Paying for money. I don't mind paying for software. But it turns out that there are other codecs that are missing, like AAC, which is you can blame Apple for it being ridiculously popular, but it is ridiculously popular. And neither the free nor the paid version of Resolve on Linux support AAC. So now you have to transcode all your AAC audio into like WAV or something, and it takes up like 10 times as much space on your disk, and it takes time for you to do the transcoding. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Things like that make it particularly difficult to use on Linux, but yeah. But I do recognize that like there's not a great solution for that. There's even arguments that, because we talk about copyright on this stream a lot, but something we don't talk about a lot is patents. And it's possible to patent like a codec, I believe, like a compression algorithm. And in theory, a free codec, it doesn't violate copyright because it's all, all new code, but it may still violate a patent. So from that perspective, maybe that's why Resolve might not want to use OpenH.264, because they'd be worried about technically breaking a patent. Not that seems to get particularly well like pursued, but yeah. Anyway, that's a tough situation for but yeah, things like that are tough. I genuinely would use Linux, but I just can't deal with the driver issues. I'm not knowledgeable enough and don't have time to learn that, and I couldn't control the RGB when I was using it minor, but still. There are certainly computers where that is the case. I mean, if you're dead set on using Linux, then you'll select. You can select for hardware a lot like if you're dead set on Hackintoshing, you can select for hardware that will give you a better chance of compatibility. Like I just bought a ThinkPad because I know that ThinkPads will have better support for Linux than the Surface laptop that I was using before. Linux on the Surface laptop was pretty mediocre, I will not lie. So OpenH.264 pays the license fee. That's good. I don't know then. I don't know why they don't use OpenH.264, at least for decoding. I feel like there'd be no real reason not to in that case, but you'd have to ask them. Maybe it's just because they want to get you to upsell you to the paid version. This is why VLC versions compiled by distros can't play DVDs. Yeah, I feel ya. Was also waiver. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. So the Windows version is also not AAC. I didn't know that. I mean, I could believe it, because of course on macOS you just use QuickTime, because like Apple is one of the biggest pushers of AAC. Maybe it's because documentation sucks. I mean, maybe. I'm surprised how many devs are not using using Linux. Like, why are you writing stuff for Linux servers when, like, you are writing stuff for Linux servers? Why are you still using WSL? My guess is it's probably just stuff like they want to run games. Like, you can run again, it's all about, like, most of these decisions are going to be based around convenience. Like, you can, if you're willing to, you can spend the time to get, like, a good Linux setup, but a lot of people just don't have time or they don't want to. You know, there's a lot of just things like that. Yeah. FL Studio, that's the only thing or anything I boot into Windows for. Yeah, there's stuff like that as well. Yeah. Fun fact, I guess we can talk about this a little bit. Just a little bit. I switched to the camera just to switch back because I realized I have to show something. You guys might be familiar with the Olive video editor. An attempt at a professional open source video editor that was almost entirely written by myself from 2018 to this year. And earlier this year, I came to kind of a conclusion that I'm not sure, I didn't know if I'd be able to really finish it, because, like, it's hard to juggle a lot of projects that don't make much money when you have, like, bills to pay. Yeah. And in some ways, I have to figure out the best ways to word this. In some ways, Olive might have been a bit ambitious to be primarily maintained by one person. I know the obvious answer is, well, just get some help. And it's like, well, we had people on the team, but not everyone, none of us are working full time on it. You know what I mean?
Does the Olive Pardion help you pay your bills? Just subbed on it recently, tier 100.
Well, that's what I'm gonna be mentioning a little bit. You're involved in Olive. I was. I hate to say it makes me sound so arrogant. I did, like, most of the stuff on Olive. Like, these are all me. When you see, like, someone else, that's someone else, but most of these are me. I worked on this, like, a lot of the time I was, like, 50-50ing back and forth between doing YouTube and doing Olive. And if you want to get really technical, the reason I have a YouTube career at all, you could argue, is because of Olive. Because the reason I made, like, if you look at my channel, you look at my older videos when I was still doing the game reviews and the movie reviews. So this was November 2017, December 2017, and then, what was this? This was like February 2018. And then there's like a gap. Basically, I kind of took a whole break in 2018. And that's when I started writing Olive. And then this video, my first video that actually blew up, end of 2018. So basically the whole year I didn't upload anything. One of the main reasons I made this video was to test Olive. You can see I even mention it at the end. I wanted to do a tech video like this anyway, because I had been watching a lot of 8-bit guys, so I was kind of interested in doing a tech video anyway. But, like, one of the main reasons I did it was because, like, I need to make a video to test Olive, you know? So in some ways, my YouTube career and because I've been making YouTube videos for so long, I kind of, I was familiar with kind of like how I would do editing, or how I'd want an editor to be like to do the kinds of videos I make. So they've kind of always been intertwined in a way.
Why don't you try to use your skills to get a interesting job that's as cool as a project like Olive? I wish you made more videos like that one tier 100.
Thanks for the bits. Thanks for the sub for Dolphin 4. Thanks for the 2 months. I get an interesting job. I already have an interesting job. When I was a teenager and I was like thinking about what I wanted to do as an adult, it wasn't be a programmer, it was be a YouTuber. You know what I mean? So I'm already doing it in a way.
Tier 100.
Why did you use your skills to get a so yeah, in some ways I'm already doing what I want to be doing. And thanks for the 100 bits, Kale Thunder. Probably butchered the hell out of that. Thanks so much for the 100 bits. I really appreciate that. How old am I? I will be 28 this year. So, let's see. So, anyway, so there's a long way of saying that, like, a couple months ago, I put a post out on the Olive Patreon saying, like, I'm not sure, I'm going to try and look for more funding, and I'm not sure if I'll be able to finish Olive in its current state. And that's kind of where it was left for a little while. But I think I've come up with an idea of how we can achieve Olive. It'll be a little bit different to what I was working on here. In fact, it'll be quite different to what I was working on here. And I'll write a proper, like, formal post on the Olive Patreon pretty soon. About, like, going into a little bit more detail. But I'll come up with I'll mention some of my ideas so you can kind of see where I'm coming from, or what I think this could do. I'll need just some marketing. Kind of. The thing is, what Olive would ideally be is kind of like, it would ideally, there's this saying that we would kind of go by, which was under promise and over deliver, because it's so common for something to make a lot of hype about itself and then ultimately not deliver. And we didn't want to be that. We wanted to be something that was good and that got popular for being good. Not something that said it was going to be good and it was like, well, we're still about to be good, So, our idea was always, just get it done. Just try and get there. And when we get there, then we can start making a big fuss about it. But it became difficult to get there. And like I said, it was probably a tad ambitious for one person. Probably a tad too, because I was, as silly as this might sound, I was genuinely trying to make something that could, compete with, the big editing programs of the time, with, like, no budget and just being just by myself. Call me nothing if not ambitious, but and it was also very much designed to be like a one integrated widget. Like, everything would just be in the software. It wouldn't be, the community wouldn't be expected to write any code or anything like that. It's just it's a video editor. You should be doing video editing. Though we did have a Node compositor, which is kind of like visual programming. Are you using Olive for your videos? No, it never got to a point where I could use it for my videos. Though I have made some videos in it. I can tell you which videos were made in Olive. This one, I bought 3 PS3s for $50. That was made in Olive. Time I got suspended from school, that was made in Olive. Let me see, what else? I think that might have been it for those. This one, rarest version of Lego Island, the one where I go to Japan, that was made in Olive. And of course, this one, 9801 laptop, was made in Olive. The idea was always like, I would get to a point in Olive where I'd be like, okay, time to test it. We make a video, and then it would be like, okay, I've learned a lot. Now time to work on fixing all of those things, and then when that's done, then we'll make another video in it. What video editing software do you usually use if your videos is not Olive? I run Premiere and Wine. To watch those again to see if I notice. For the most part, you shouldn't be able to notice the newer ones. Like this, I think will look just as good as just about any other video I put out. The 98 on a modern laptop video, you can tell there are some signs. I think the most notable sign is there's some animations that are a little bit weird because I didn't have the keyframing quite down yet. But there's like a specific point. Let's try and find it. There's a specific point where, because of a bug in Olive, there's like a stray black frame somewhere. I think it might be around here. Maybe not. What happens is the background goes blurry and then something appears in the foreground. I'm not sure. Don't remember exactly what the context of it, but I remember it quite clearly. Again, when I put this video out, I had like 100 subscribers, and I had, it got like 30 views. So I wasn't expecting 2.2 million people to see this. If I had, then I wouldn't have fucking like let it out there with this stray frame in it. Yeah, that animation I always thought was a little odd because, and that's
Tier 100
that was
26 frame that incentivize people to subscribe to Olive's Patreon.
No, the thing is that honestly, Olive was getting so. This is really the reason I said it was. I didn't know if I could be able to finish it because the thing about Olive was it was becoming so the code base was becoming so big and so complex that someone needed to be able to work on it full time. If not me, then someone needed to be able to. Full time is like a full-time software engineer is quite a bit of money. It's a lot. It's exponentially more than the Olive Patreon makes. The problem I kept running into is that like if I was working on Olive for a little bit, and then I would have to take a break and work on something else to get to make money, like a YouTube video. And then I came back to Olive, then I would have forgotten like everything that I was doing before, and I'd have to like start over essentially. That was the struggle I kept running into. And so that's why I said like I really need the kind of money that someone, if not me, someone could work on it full time. And that's why I was kind of like, I don't think that's the kind of money you can make off Patreon. I think we need to actually get like a grant or something. That's why I said I was going to look for. So people are mentioning Lewis Rossman. What they mean is the Fudo Fund. This one. I did send a message to these people and I never heard back. Maybe I should send another one. We'll see. So somewhere, where was this? So you're gonna do an XP version of that video at some point? Yeah, maybe. I do think running XP on a modern computer would be funny. I have thought about doing that recently, actually. Where's this blurred frame? Damn it! I feel like it was earlier on. I don't know. Somewhere in here, there's like a single black frame that was a result of a bug in Olive, and I knew it was. And I knew it was there.
Lewis Rossman asking to net as you senpai tier 100.
Thanks, but no, it's not necessary because, like I said, I'm going to talk about an alternate approach I've come up with that I think will be able to achieve Olive even without like a full-time being able to pay for a full-time developer. Where was this black frame? Oh, it was here, I think. Yeah. Okay, so for literally, yeah, you saw it right here. This is a bug in Olive that I fixed because of this video, and I would have like re-exported it if I thought anyone was going to watch this video. 2.2 million views later. Also, this like text outline is not wonderful. That's because of the way we were doing it in Olive, or the way I was doing it in Olive, I should say. But But yeah, that's probably the biggest clue. This video probably has the biggest clues that it was made in Olive. The newer ones are probably not like super indicative. Modding a modern PC to access the LPC header so you can access ISA slots. I've never tried to do that. That's an interesting idea. Why have you never talked about Olive in videos in the last couple of years? Shed some light onto it. It's again because like Olive was never like fully functional. It was always like almost functional. And if I was to direct, you know, how many subscribers do I have? 423,000 people to a project that's not finished yet. Well, we'd probably get inundated with bug reports and we wouldn't really have the manpower to handle it. Now, we might get some money out of it, as in people might like sub to the Patreon, but a lot of people would probably just be like, oh, this is not very good. I thought this was going to be better. I made something, I tried making something in this, I worked 8 hours in Olive and it corrupted my video, and now I hate Matt KC, fuck Olive and fuck everything he stands for. It was always just kind of the like, oh, I'm joking there. I'm just saying, my point is just that it was always a concern about like over-promising and under-delivering. Like, we wanted it to be popular because it was good, not popular because we said it was going to be good one day. So yeah. Olive broke. I sure hope no one watches this, damn. How many videos? I mean, we just counted 3. It might be more. It might be more than I'm forgetting. Most of the, a lot of the live videos were Olive. So many that I'm not even sure I could point out which ones. Probably like at least half of these are Olive. But I'm not sure which half. So a lot of, yeah, plenty of these. This would definitely be Olive, this one. I think this one would be, is there a proper roadmap for which? Okay. So I need to stop getting sidetracked. I've come up with an idea. I've come up with an approach, an alternate approach for Olive that I think could work. That I think could get us there without needing to procure a shitload more money or anything like that. Olive was kind of at a position. So Olive, its central features were it had like a node compositor. It was supposed to be a nice timeline to use. It was a little bit buggy. There's some bugs we'd never quite figured out, but it was supposed to get there eventually. And it was supposed to be nice and color managed. And that was kind of, I'd say that was the main points.
At MatClid, you should upload the source projects to your old videos as example projects. Tier 100 worst case, you get a bunch of whitey remixes.
For Olive videos, maybe. But again, it was never like, we were never trying to like, we were never trying to actively, again, it's a bit of a, whether it's the right approach or not, I mean, you could argue. It's just a, it's like, it's a bit of a chicken and egg scenario. It's like, you need users to be able to like test your software and be able to support it, but like, the software needs to be usable to have users. So like, you know, which one comes first? And I guess our approach was that we would try and get the users, we would try and make it usable first and then get the users, not try and get like prospective users, right? Anyway, so this was kind of the idea of it. And like I said, part of the problem I was having was it was arguably too ambitious for one person. The code base was getting very big and very complicated, and I would be constantly running into this issue of, you know, I'm working on I'm redoing some infrastructure for it, which, you know, takes a lot of concentration, and then, oh shit, I'm running out of money, I need to make a YouTube video. And then I'd make a YouTube video, and then I'd be like, I'd come back to it afterwards and I'd be like, oh, I don't remember anything that I was doing. I don't know what any of this code does. I guess I should have documented it better, probably. But, and that would be the issue I was having a lot. Just call it a video game, release it in a broken alpha state, and then add microtransactions to fund it whilst you actively screw over your users. Good idea. So, here's my approach. I think there are some things that are really good in Olive, and some things that were probably like making things a lot harder for myself than they needed to be. What I've concluded, here's my idea at the moment. We had this whole node rendering system, which I know you're probably thinking, I'll be like, we don't need that. I disagree. We do need that. That was a good idea. That was a great idea, actually. I want more of that. But I was making this harder on myself than I needed to be, because essentially a node system is like visual programming. Like if you imagine each of these nodes as a function, like, you know, ortho takes math as a parameter and it returns, you know, something that plugs into this, you know, it's like this to this to this to this to this. That's how the flow works. Essentially, we're kind of programming it's kind of making a higher level programming language.
At Matplotlib, dude, integrate stable diffusion into Olive tier 100. That would be so based.
Well, maybe, yeah. As I talk about my idea, maybe that'll be something that happens. Anyway, so I like the idea, especially as someone who's a little like technical. A little. I like the idea of being able to kind of visually program stuff a little bit more. It's like someone's just delivered something to my door. However, we were kind of going to the effort, or I was kind of going to the effort to, you know, make my own higher level programming language. That's essentially what this is. It's a high level programming language. And I was basically writing it from scratch with C++, but writing it higher level from scratch. That's a silly idea. You know, why not just actually leverage a higher level programming language and just center the nodes around that? And then the idea is, yo, thanks for the 100 bits.
I made my college project in Olive. That node system was
Oh,
amazing.
thanks.
Gave me inspiration to make my own block-based language tier 100.
Oh yeah, I really appreciate that. So yeah, my goal is I want to keep this, but I'm gonna center it around, rather than write it like from scratch, I'll center it around an existing high level language. And then what would be fun is then we can open it up so that people can just write their own nodes. There was a bit of a hesitancy to do that early on, because it was kind of like, well, if the nodes are a programming language, then theoretically people should just be able to make whatever they want in the nodes. But it's like, well, you could do that, but also you could just make it so the nodes are equal to, you know, a class in some language. And then you could do either. You could do, you know, you could visually program, or you could program with code. Grab your pass before the nuns steal it. Yeah, I guess I should at some point. So that's idea number one. Idea number two is, how does this compare with what FFmpeg tries to do? I've used that in the past. It's powerful. It's definitely not user-friendly. I mean, FFmpeg is a decoding and encoding library. It does have some filtering features, but this is FFmpeg is something that we use. It's not something that can deliver us everything here. So that's idea number one. Idea number two. One of Olive's features was that it was all GPU based, or like mostly GPU based. So everything was pretty quick. All the effects and stuff were pretty quick. Most of the node stuff would happen somehow on the GPU. To achieve that, we wrote, or I wrote, I should say. I keep saying we because I did have collaborators, but like if you actually look at, hang on, can we actually break this down? I don't want to call other people out. I just want to look what the data is on this. Can we get like a percentage? I mean, you can kind of see it. It's just like there have been other contributors for sure, but like most of it was me. Anyway, so I wrote that required writing kind of a whole rendering system, and I wrote it in OpenGL because that was, you know, cross-platform. It would run on anything. And then there came this time where it was like, you know, we've got this OpenGL rendering system that I wrote from scratch, and but we might need to support Vulkan soon, and Apple might drop OpenGL soon, so we might need to support Metal, or at least Vulkan through like Molten VK. And then we're gonna have to rewrite a bunch of that stuff. And it's like, damn, that's unlucky. So, I came to this conclusion very, very recently, or this revelation very, very recently, which was like, making a high-level language myself, that was pretty silly. Making a whole rendering system myself, that was pretty silly. You know what would provide a again, any higher level language could be used here. I have an idea of which one I want to use. And you know what would provide a rendering system out of the box? Any modern game engine, pretty much. So my idea is, and you know what else game engines provide? They also provide stuff like audio. They also provide the ability to do like 3D and stuff like that. They also provide they have shader support. They'll abstract things like OpenGL, Vulkan, and DirectX, and Metal, and stuff like that. So my idea is, and a lot of game engines come with built-in audio effects. One of the biggest criticisms we got about Olive is we had no audio effects in it. A lot of game engines give you audio effects. So, yeah, so I'm thinking, I might start porting some of the stuff from Olive. Well, as a matter of fact, let's, what's the best way to do this? Am I logged into GitHub Desktop?
1. Fork Gobit. 2. Rename Olive to 3. 4. Profit 5. Cheer 100.
I guess so, yeah. Anyway. Floor game engines have clunky build systems that are great for games, but not for this. I don't know. I don't know if I necessarily agree, because here's a fun fact for everyone. Hang on, let's clone something. Oh shit, I have to sign in. Damn it. All right, well I'm gonna clone something off stream. I have been. Why does he start responding to me and ad played? God damn. I didn't really say anything useful. Alright, give me 1 second to do some GitHub bullshit. Damn, we've got hang on. Just have to use my personal token. Oh, have I already done this before? Three different ISP and data providers to get ads together? Damn. Oh, we're already up to date. Really? Ah. Oh no. Oh no. I think I've done work on my laptop and I haven't. All right, give me 1 second. I have. Look at all this shit. Oh no. I've ruined all the oh god. How much do I need to commit? This much, hopefully. Hopefully that's enough. Alright. What code am I pushing? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Alright, hang on. It's all available on Windows. It was on every single platform. It still is on well, when I say every single platform, I mean we never officially supported FreeBSD, but people compiled it for it and it seemed to be fine. How tall are you? 6'2", obviously. I would never not be 6'2". No balls, just push every change and pray you left it in a good state. Damn. There are people that do that for sure. What am I looking for? What's the version I need? It's not this version. You're 5'8" and we know it, Matt. I mean, have I said that before? Because that is actually correct. That's like, spot on average height in like for a US male, I think. That's what I'm looking for. I mean, if you want to get technical, I'm 5'8.5". Even Skibbity OS. Was that really a thing? I guess if people made Amog OS, then yeah, it could be. The half is important. It really is. I mean, your height obviously fluctuates. It depends on like, you know, if you measure yourself in the morning, you'll be taller than when you measure yourself in the evening. I've never honestly cared all that much about height to be like that obsessed about it. I don't know what that 5'8.5" measurement. I don't know what time of day that was. Okay. So, wait. Oh no. Why not look at Godot for inspiration for Olive? They... I wish this wasn't taking so long, so I didn't destroy all the build up that I'd done. I really should have prepared for this beforehand. Thanks for edging us, Matt. I already forgot what you were doing. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. That's okay. I really wish I knew why this wasn't working. Project of Skibidi OS. Oh, a screenshot of. Jesus, what is it? It's just some Linux distro. Kids these days, yeah. Ah, okay. So annoying. I didn't prepare for this at all, essentially. I think that's right. In Linux. Yeah, I'm sure. I was just wondering if, like, is it a derivative of, like, something in particular, like Arch or Ubuntu? That's usually the two most common. It was Arch based. That makes sense, I guess. I use Skibidi Arch, by the way. As you should. Okay, well, due to my own disorganization, I have no idea why. Hang on, what dependencies do I need? Should have all of that, shouldn't I? Well, whatever. Sure, yeah, I mean, I might have to. That's annoying. Alright, well. So, what I have to show, apparently this is the only way I can do it, because I haven't figured out how to get it running on my other system yet. But people already said it. People already know what I'm about to show. I already started doing it. I already started writing a video editor in Godot. Hang on. How do I make this like... Alright, good enough. So, this is essentially a proof of concept node compositing system. Works. It's entirely C#. Each node is a C# class, and you can connect inputs, which are like members, and you can connect outputs, which are like return. They're like functions. So each class, if you have a function that matches a certain signature, it's an output, and you can plug that in to something else, to the input of another node. There's no timeline yet. Timeline doesn't do anything. I'll write something at some point. The project files don't do anything. I'll write something at some point. But the node system is actually functional. I've tested this. I have a bunch of like test buttons here that basically just make sure that like signals can funnel through the node graph correctly, and they can. So essentially, at some point, I think this is viable. iDef, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. Oh, there's no message. Oh, thanks so much. I'm so used to there being a Microsoft Sam at some point. Thank you so much for the 5 months. Hell yeah. Linux Mint shout out? Certainly not. This is not Linux Mint. Yeah. And so my idea is to keep a lot of the DNA of Olive in that, have a node graph, have a timeline that's good, that works. What happens if you connect a loop? You can't. It prevents you from connecting a loop. You think you'll make a GLSL Godot shader node? I mean, the thing is, the whole app is going to be in Godot and C#. So my idea is just let people write whatever. So rather than just tell people like, okay, these are the nodes you have and these are the ones you can interconnect, what I want to tell people is you can write your own nodes. Just write a C# class. If you want to write something, like a class that does some shit and runs a shader, you can write it, and you can probably share it. I'm thinking it might be cool to have like a node marketplace sort of thing where people like, obviously we'll make sure they're vetted, but where people can share like effects that they've made. I think it'd be interesting to, and that way people aren't like relying on me to implement everything. As long as I make like a decent, a good timeline and make sure that the node system works, you guys can add stable diffusion, and it shouldn't be too difficult. Or you guys can add a codec if you want, like that I don't have to, it won't be my responsibility to add everything myself. It can be more of a community effort. That's kind of so it's a more open source approach. It's a less like professional approach, but it's a more like, for people who do video, but they're a little like technically minded, like myself, who like the ability to kind of tweak their video effects a little bit more. That's my idea. And the nice thing about C# is that it's cross-platform. So if you like compile a C# DLL, you can just distribute that anywhere in theory. Like you don't have to compile it for Windows and Mac and Linux, x86 and ARM and x64. It's just one DLL in theory that'll run everywhere. You just distribute that, or we just distribute that through this like node marketplace potentially. Wish someone would make a clone of Sony Vegas UI with all its keybinds. That would make things so much easier. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'll look into like how to make a decent UI. I'll look into like what the best ways to do the UI would be. First time anyone said that with so much certainty. I have no idea which part you're referring to. Keybind, no. Well, that's the thing. I want to encourage people that the editor is modular. They can add their own effects, they can add their own decoders, they can write scripts, like if they want to automate a task. Like I do menial tasks when I'm editing all the time, like I'm cutting out bad takes. It'd be nice if I could write a script to be like, okay, cut anytime there's like silence, and then I'll know, a take has started here and a take has ended here. C# is cross-platform. I mean, it objectively is. It's not when you're using like WinForms, but we're not using WinForms, so yeah. An AI node that cuts out your bad takes. Well, I don't know if that would be a node. That would be like a script. But you could write a script as well. You could script the whole thing. Concept of DLLs. Yeah, I mean, it's a DLL in a very like loose sense of the word. It's not a Windows DLL, a Win32 DLL. They just reuse the terminology. Well, I mean, there's like some components of a Windows DLL in there, but still. Joking, by the way, I can't wait for functional Olive. I'm tired of pirating Vegas. Hey, me too, except I don't pirate Vegas. So that's kind of my idea. So it's what I provide as Olive's maintainer is much more just kind of infrastructure. I make sure that the timeline is functional, and I make sure that the node system is functional, and I'll throw in a couple of basic effects. And then the community just does whatever they want from there. Is there color management integrated at some point? I don't see any reason why there couldn't be. Godot does not have... I don't think it has much color management built in, but no, neither did Olive until we wrote it in manually. You know what I mean? Like Olive was written from the ground up, so we can, like, if we need, we can take components from Olive and reuse them in this. It did get some questions. How much rewriting will be done? A lot. I hate to say it because I know that Olive has already technically been in rewrite mode for years. But there's just, the thing is, Olive's codebase would not really have much to do with this approach. Olive's codebase is mostly C++, and a good, probably more than half of it is stuff that we get for free with C# and Godot. The thing is, like I said, Olive, I was making it harder on myself than I should have by making my own higher level language and making my own rendering system, my own audio subsystem. You know, half of that code in Olive is not necessary if we start to use more off-the-shelf stuff. So there may be some stuff that we might reuse, like I think some of the decoding stuff, there's a good chance we might reuse some of that. It's more of a porting of the concepts than a porting of the actual code. How much time until we get an alpha? Well, I'm thinking another thing we could do is if I'm starting this project on stream, what I was always concerned about with Olive is like directing people to something that's half finished. But if I'm starting it on stream, then I could make it part of stream content. I could work on it on stream. We could work on it together in a way. I think you use some code as GD extension. Is that something to do with Godot script? I'm new to Godot. To interact with native shared libraries. Well, we're definitely going to be using FFmpeg still, so there'll be some native code in there. FFmpeg for decoding and encoding, absolutely. Could you make a node that lets you play Lego Island? I mean, it is a game engine, so yes. Imagining an app store for people to share their plugins seems like a huge value add if the snowball starts rolling, but need to think about security. The issue of 10 plugins to do nearly the same thing. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not saying that there'll be no maintenance required, but yeah, that is essentially the idea, is that like someone writes a node, like one of these, and then we could have like an app store or like a marketplace or a hub, something like that, where people who don't want to write their own shaders or don't want to just copy and paste from ShaderToy could use stuff as well. I imagine you'll be taking advantage of Godot's ability to write to compile in native code. Probably not much, if I'm being honest. Like, the node system is all in C#, and that will obviously like dynamically recompile to machine code, and then we'll be using FFmpeg for the decoding. But like, there's not really much else that we'll be doing apart from providing that infrastructure. GDScript is a language that leaves a lot to be desired in terms of performance, so you really should. Yeah, we're not using GDScript. It's everything I've written, almost everything I've written is C#. So that gets dynamically recompiled to machine code. And then FFmpeg, the decoding, that's going to be native. That's C code, that's machine code. And then the effects, shaders, so they get recompiled to your GPU at runtime. So predominantly, that's going to be the makeup of it. It's going to be nodes in C#, graphics in, well, Godot has a shader language that's like a variant of GLSL, but it will recompile to Vulkan, I think, as well. Godot shaders has a bunch of free open source shaders for Godot. Maybe some could be used as effects. Yeah, maybe. Anything that like we might include some, and of course users can include their own. Should be able to use their own. Godot even comes with a code editor widget built in, and they made this this node UI. I didn't have to make that myself like I did when with Qt, because Qt doesn't have anything like this out of the box, but Godot does. So I think it's going to make things a lot easier. I think, like I said, more than half of Olive's code was stuff that Godot and C# give us for free. So when I say I think this is a way we can achieve Olive without needing a shitload of money, it's because, yes, it's going to be a bit of a rewrite, but I'm going to have to write much, much less. In theory, at least. That's the idea. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. And if you guys are interested, yeah, I might work on it a bit on stream. And that way, you guys can be involved, you guys can see the progress as it happens. Any downsides to Godot so far? I mean, so hang on, I'll get to that in a sec. Someone's asking about 5.1 surround sound audio support. I mean, Olive already supports 5.1, so I assume I'll keep that in this one. I don't assume we won't have that. Would you be worried that Godot would be a shifting foundation to build the VE on? That is a concern, sure, and that is a downside. There's also the fact that Godot has pretty good UI features. Like this docking system works about as well as what we had in Qt. You can like drag tabs around and like move them over here and shit like that. Pretty good. But hey, yo, is it gonna be? Thanks for the sub, Jeronic. Thanks for the tier 1. I really appreciate it. For 5 months, hell yeah. So let me think. I think there'll always be stuff that we would like curse out about Godot. There was stuff we cursed out about Qt as well, like stuff that's just like, oh, for God's sake, why haven't they fixed this yet? Or FFmpeg. So there's always going to be downsides no matter what subsystem we use. I think, in theory, I think color management is something we can achieve, but we may have to do a lot of it ourselves. But I don't necessarily think that's a problem as much as just like something we have to consider. Why Godot? Depends what you mean. As in, why not Unity, or why not Unreal, or why a game engine? Because I talked about why I chose a game engine. Or why I'm considering, why I'm proof of concepting a game engine. But yeah, so in that case, yeah, I may do a little bit of that as soon as we can get this fucking working over here. If you want to see, to let me share my reset. Try refreshing. Sometimes I've had that happen, but like refreshing helped. Though you might have tried that already. When I was trying to show it in on here, it was only partially working. For some reason, the .NET, the C# stuff wasn't compiling, so you get everything except like none of the nodes are appearing, none of the files, none of the tests work or anything like that. So I could have shown this, but yeah, I just felt like I had more set up over here that I haven't that wasn't showing up over there, and I'll figure that out. It's just something about the environment, you know what I mean? It's probably just a dependency I haven't installed on here or something like that I haven't figured out, and I didn't want to like waste too much time trying to figure it out. What is the thing on the floor in front of the shelf behind you? On the floor? It's a PC from 2004. It's an old Dell. What are the features the game engine has again? Rendering system out of the box. We had to write our own 2D/3D rendering system, completely custom in OpenGL. And if we wanted to like upgrade to Vulkan, we'd have to. I tried my best to make this easy, but if I I tried my best to abstract the OpenGL from the rest of the code, like so it wouldn't be that bad, but we would have to write our own Vulkan engine. And that's, you know, not even getting into like writing our own Metal or DirectX engine. I know Godot doesn't support Metal yet, and I know they're only just about to get a D3D12 engine, but that was one of the considerations. Also, just the fact that it's a whole, like, if a user wants to make 3D effects, like a 3D camera, 3D environment, we didn't really have that functionality in Olive. We had OpenGL drawing functionality, but all it would do is just draw a plane through a shader. You could like change the coordinates a little bit, but we had no 3D camera. We had no support for a 3D camera. Whereas if it's the game engine, if it's just a game engine already, then people can just write whatever the hell they want, essentially. They support Vulkan. I know they support Vulkan. I never said they didn't support Vulkan. I said they didn't support Metal. And they're only just getting D3D12 support. But yeah, when it comes time to work on stuff like that, that would have been an extra burden on us each time, each API. And any feature we wanted to add to one of them, we'd have to add to like all four or however many we were supporting. And yeah, so if people want, like, if people want to do a 3D effect, you can use Voltification. I know, that's what Godot recommends. It's not going to be as good as native Metal support, obviously, but like it's better than nothing. It's better than being locked into OpenGL only, right? Which is what we are with Olive, unless we write our own Vulkan engine. So where was I? What was I saying? Oh yeah, and yeah, it's just the fact that we get a whole 3D system out of the box, 2D/3D system out of the box, and we don't have to like. Again, Olive users don't have to wait for me to write a 3D camera into Olive, because Godot already has it. As long as they can write code for Godot, they can get it. Similarly, Godot has a bunch of audio stuff. Like, if we go to Godot audio effects, they have a bunch of like EQ and compression out of the box. Now, yeah, we could have added all of these ourselves, but we don't have to. We don't have to like figure out like which algorithm we have the license to use, which one would be best. We can just assume that they did a good job, which, you know, maybe not be true, but we can at least rely on it a little bit. So yeah, we can add each of these as like nodes that people can pass their audio through. So you can add it, you know, do shit with audio. In Olive, we only had EQ. No, we didn't have EQ. We only had volume and pan. We didn't have anything else. And, you know, we had, in the early versions of Olive, we had VST support. So people added their own VSTs, they could do it. We'll probably have VST in here as well, but we can also have some stuff that's just available out of the box by using some of these. I think that's pretty exciting. So yeah, it's really just the fact that it turns out like 3D rendering for video, or maybe not even 3D, like graphics rendering for video has a lot of crossover with a game engine. They're not exactly the same thing, obviously, but they have a lot of crossover, and that's why, you know, people are using Unreal Engine to do like the backgrounds in The Mandalorian now. They're using Unreal Engine to do mocap and stuff like that. There's just a lot of crossover between these two technologies now, and it feels like may as well take advantage of that. Olive can become a de facto part of Godot's ecosystem for making cutscenes and shit. Maybe. I already know Godot cut something in Olive. They made like a trailer years ago in like 2019. They cut it in Olive, which is kind of funny to come full circle like this, if that's true. Sounds a lot like Blender. Yeah, I mean, arguably, the VSE would be like this in an ideal world. I don't know if that's exactly what they're going for, though. Maybe it is. And if my sub expires because I'm using... Oh, yeah. And if I get you a package, that's true. The white thing in front of the Dell. Hang on. This It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing exciting. It's just some stickers that came with a controller of mine, a controller I bought. Yeah, I guess you can hang on. Yeah, you can see they've just got like A, B, X, Y, triangle, circle, square, just like a bunch of letters written on them. So they're not really that exciting. So yeah. That's an idea I've had. And yeah, maybe we'll work on that on stream then. That'll be another project we can do. And, you know, maybe it'll work out. Maybe it'll be pretty good, actually. Why was it on the floor? Do you hate it that much? Yes. No, it's just like... Like, this is where my game consoles are. And, like, I would have just been like, oh, that's neat. And I would have put it on something. And at some point, it fell on the floor. Essentially. There's no conspiracy. It just fell on the floor at some point and I didn't bother to pick it up. What are you, some kind of... Oh no, I can't pull off this joke because you can't see it. What are you, some kind of... Bobo? Anyway, stole your Amazon package. I guess I will go and retrieve it. I'll open it later, because if I bring it over here, there is a high probability that I will expose my address. Packages for us? Who do you think you are? Me? Nuh-uh. What's in there? It's a good question. It's actually not an Amazon package. It's probably something from eBay. Let's see. Oh, that's fun. That actually is quite useful. Okay. Streamer disrespects stickers and throws them on the floor. True. No, that's okay. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. I don't have any real use for them. I think the idea. I think they actually came with a controller adapter. They came with one of those things where it's like USB and then Bluetooth, so you can plug it into your Nintendo Switch or whatever, and then just use any controller. So I guess the idea is that you would, if you wanted, you could put stickers on your controller so you knew which button was actually what. But like, just use muscle memory, forehead. Like, just get good. You know what I mean? From eBay, what is in there? If I'm not mistaken, it might be a second-hand OSSC, which would be pretty exciting. Been meaning to try one of those for a little while. 8-bit Duo? No. But something a lot like that, yeah. I think it's one of those things, you know what I mean? Do a button swap mod on my Switch controller, can't do that layout. Based. I see what I feel that. What else did I want to talk about? Oh yeah, there is one thing I can talk about, which is just me playing silly buggers. Actually, firstly, before I talk about that, I've got like a list of topics that have things that have happened over the last week and a half since I last streamed. Heck yeah, dude, I've had my OSSC for the last 3 years and games never look so good. If you've still got your 32X stack, they look awesome on it. Yeah, that's the idea. Node's going to be made via the UI only, or will there be a system for writing via text? There'll be a code editor, so you can you can quite literally write your own nodes. The idea is that like it'll be my goal is that it's like the ultimate editor for like tinkerers. That's what I kind of consider myself. I'm not a programmer exclusively, I'm not a YouTuber exclusively, I'm not a musician exclusively, but I am a tinkerer exclusively. Every single project is just me tinkering. And so it's just kind of the idea is just you can just to open it up, just let you do whatever you want. So you can connect nodes in the UI, but you can also write a node and write your own shader or copy a shader from Shader Toy or whatever, dump it in, and you pass your own video through it. I like to think my goal is it'll be the ultimate like YouTube poop video editor, because it'll be the only one that'll let you like pass clips of SpongeBob through some shit you downloaded from GitHub, through some shader you downloaded from GitHub. So that's my idea. That's my hope for it. Yeah. So I'll be trying that out a little later. I'll try a 32x through the OSSC. Why not? Hope C# is fast enough. Imagine it is, but let's hope. I mean, I don't think. Looking back on the way that the nodes work in Olive, I don't think ultimately much gets done in the nodes at all. I think most of it gets done in the shaders. So that was kind of the point where I decided it didn't really matter what the language was. I didn't, I'd be a bit allergic to doing it in like JavaScript or something like that. But like most of the work happens in shader land. So, the C# is just kind of there to provide the connective tissue. Like that's just what lets you go from one shader to this shader or this shader or this shader. But like most of the heavy lifting is on the GPU. So what does Olive stand for? Oli Video Editor. Olive doesn't stand for anything. It's possible to have an open source program that doesn't stand for anything. But if you want to get really technical, it started because I thought OBS was really good software, and I wanted to make like the video editing equivalent of OBS. So I called it OVE. And then I was like, well, we can make it much more user-friendly by calling it Olive instead. We're only 2 letters away. So it doesn't stand for anything anymore, but that's where it started. Yeah, and the C# just in time is really good. That's been my experience too. But even then, like I think it won't be super important because it's just doing the connections between the other stuff, the shaders which run on the GPU. I think that's another thing that I'm honestly interested in, is that C# I think makes it easier to do like it's easier to write something that's stable, because in like C++, I mean Olive, let's be honest, Olive crashes all the time because there's always just little things that don't quite work. There's little things that like aren't quite in the right place. It's like just like little like a null check that isn't there, or maybe it checks an index array at the wrong time and needed to check it a little bit later on. And I think not only, again, will we have to do a lot less of that sort of stuff with C#, it also gives us the ability to like have a much more comprehensive like exception handling in Olive. So we can be like, dump a node in, and then if the node fails, we just like catch the exception and we say this node failed for this reason, maybe replace it with something else. So yeah, that's why. So that was another thing that I think would help us out a lot, potentially, because it gives, Olive. C# gives us a lot of like debugging information built in that like C++ doesn't as much. So yeah. I guess I was going to... Oh yeah. I haven't done the RGB triple bypass board install. It's a must for Mark 1 consoles. I think that'd make a good vid. I I could give that a go. I don't have a Mark 1 console though. I've never owned a Mark 1 console. Gonna keep the Olive name or rebrand with the rewrite. I'll keep the Olive name, but I might call it like Olive something. Currently it's called Olive Next, but that's just like what open source people call like the upcoming version of something. But I like the Olive brand. I feel like that's worth keeping. It's not like Olive not like Olive ever came out with a product that was a usable like something that's widely used and is going to cause any confusion, you know what I mean? What shader language? Well, Godot's shader language, which is a variant of GLSL, but it can be like recompiled to. That's why I say, you know, if Godot provides us the entire rendering system, then that's kind of that puts a lot of that takes a lot of responsibility off of us, because it's you know, it's their responsibility to make sure that the shader stuff works well. Olive Garden, true. Olive Sharp. I did think about when I was just looking into doing it in C#. I did think about calling it like Olive.net, but then it became clear that it's like, well, I don't just need C#. I also need like graphics, and C# doesn't have great graphics capability. Doesn't have any built-in like Vulkan or anything like that. The nodes are olives and they're connected by branches. What a nice analogy. You know, I've never thought about that before, because the nodes came after the after calling it olive, after choosing to call it olive. But that's actually kind of a nice interconnection. Yeah. .olive, a new framework for video editing. Yeah. Olive NG for Olive Now Godot. That actually, honestly, that's not bad, because it's like if depending on the environment, if I'm like talking to my boss and they're like, what does NG stand for? I'll be like, oh, it's next generation. And then they'll be like, oh, yes, very good. And then when, you know, programmers are like, what does the NG stand for? I'll be like, oh, it's Now Godot. And they're like, that's clever. You know, it's versatile, you know? Olive Go. The problem is, doesn't Go kind of imply that it's like lesser? It's like, it's like calling it Olive Light. It's like, well, you don't want to imply that, because it's like, this is the cheaper, less capable version. But that's not my idea. My goal is it'll be just as capable as what we were planning. We'll just be using a lot more off-the-shelf shit. Go implies Golang. I guess it does. I was more thinking like, I feel like there's been products in the past where like the Go version, the Go variant is like the low end, the low spec model. Go implies mobile. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking. It's like the portable version. Pokemon Go. I feel like maybe I'm thinking of like, maybe it's not Go that I'm thinking of. Maybe what I'm thinking of is like the Volkswagen Up! Exclamation mark, which is kind of like a small mini car. Maybe that's the sort of thing I'm thinking of. Maybe that's the association, even though it's not actually Go. Global offensive. True. Olive on Android. I mean, you could do it, but it's just I'm so allergic to the idea of video editing on a phone. I know people do it. I know people post, like, they edit their TikToks and Instagram reels on their phone, but I would never. I could never. That being said, Godot does compile to WebAssembly, so like Godot in the browser might be a thing one day. Though I don't know if it does that with C#. I don't know if that might just be only Godot. Like, only if you use GDScript. Can I fork olive and call it grape? Someone did fork olive and call it chestnut, because they were appalled by my coding quality. An Android video editor would be possible, but the interface needs to be completely different. Yeah, I'm not a touch interface guy. I'm just like, whenever I'm like, I feel like the advantage of a phone is that it's convenient to bring with you. But like if I'm at home, and I'm choosing to do things on a smaller screen where it's so much easier to make mistakes, I feel like I'd just rather switch to my computer. So I don't use my phone much at home at all. I feel like the phone is for going outside. What's a computer? I know. That being said, I feel like tablets have kind of failed to overtake laptops. I feel like, because there was this kind of push throughout the 2010s that like, you're not going to need a laptop anymore, you're going to use a tablet, obviously. And like, certainly there were people that did do that. But I feel like, for the most part, I still see like students with laptops. Yeah. Is there a way to access files in a folder with Olive? I mean, like, import video? Yes. Olive and Knuckles? That's pretty good. I should call Olive and Knuckles. The $200 laptop was born, you can't compete with that. That's probably true. Like, even a Chromecast is probably easier to do, like, easier to type. If you're just, like, writing Word documents, or not, I guess, Google Doc documents for school, it's probably still easier to do it on a Chromecast than a tablet, even though, you know, we all shit on Chromecasts. Olive XL? I don't know what I'd call it. I mean, I might just call it Olive. Like, again, Olive never... It's not like Olive ever became a widely used product that's going to confuse anyone. Like, oh shit, this isn't the Olive I'm used to. Like, no one's going to care, right? Make Olive project files oil. They're already .ove actually, but yeah, that's kind of funny. Olive Lazy Edition. Hey, it's not lazy. It's working smart, not hard. Okay, just want to make that clear. Olive LE is actually, like, LE is a pretty common, like, acronym. Olive X. Could be Olive X, and then the next version will be Olive 11. It'll be like, what happened to all the rest of them? It'll just be like, who knows? Or we go the Mega Man route, and we call it, like, X2, X3, you know what I mean? Yeah. I had a computer teacher who tried really hard to hold onto that train. He once connected a keyboard and mouse to his phone in class to do HTML coding. What a cope. Stop at X11. Maybe I will. Olive Premium Edition and distributed to torrent sites. No, I feel like... Because I do think about, like, what are the ways we would, like, monetize Olive? And it's just like, it's really hard to monetize anything these days. People are so used to everything being free. Like, websites are free. A lot of apps that people use are free. But, like, at some point, the developer has to eat. So how would we all monetize Olive? But I feel like making Olive closed source would be too much even for me. I feel like it's got to be... I can see, like, maybe what we might do is, like, maybe we'll add, like, monetization to like, the Node marketplace. Like, if people want to sell their effects, maybe. I don't know. Commercial use, you have to pay. But, like, what... But, okay, so commercial use is in, like... companies. That assumes companies are actually going to use it. And two, that assumes that we can actually enforce it. Like, how do we know if a company is actually using it? Include an open source Bitcoin miner. True, good idea. Yeah. If you make it paid or closed source, you're competing, and I don't think that's the market worth competing with. Yeah, probably. That's the thing. That's the thing. And I think part of the advantage of my approach, or part of the goal of my approach of, like, encouraging people to write their own stuff, is that, you know, it's not a video editor that It's not just a video editor that you bought and paid for, it's a video editor. Anyway, so yeah, I feel like that's part of the benefit to using Olive, is that it would be a video editor. Yeah. So, yeah, but maybe there's a potential, like, there's a potential path insofar as, like, you know, what if someone ports like some big, you know, there's plugins for Premiere that are, you know, paid plugins. They cost money because they're, you know, they've got some advanced effects in them. Maybe we could allow people to like port those to Olive, and then they can be like paid, and then Olive gets like, I don't know, 5% of that or something like that. Maybe that's the way that Olive could monetize itself. Olive Pro, closed source, and Olive open source. Pro would have some better features if someone wants the Pro features. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I've never loved that. That's a freemium model. I've never loved the freemium model, especially because I think the issue I would run into is I'd want to use like GPL stuff like X264, because it is unironically the best open source. I think it might even be the best rated H.264 encoder in general. I'd want to be able to use stuff like that, and if your code is not GPL, you can't. At least you can't without paying a fee, and I don't want to pay a licensing fee. So having an extension shop would be cool, see Blender Market. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. And then, you know, those can probably be closed. I'm guessing I'd have to look into whether plugins violate GPL. I think they can not violate GPL. But and if so, then yeah, we can have some like paid closed source plugins, and then because it's C#, it'll hopefully be like, it'll run on everything. It won't be like, it'll be cross-platform hopefully, and then we can like skim a little bit off the cost of the plugin, and then that's how we can monetize Olive. LGPL also, I know LGPL does, but we can't, if we're LGPL, we can't use GPL stuff anymore. We would have to be GPL as well. Someone could add pro features to the free version. Sure, yeah, for sure. Tell Richard Stallman to go suck it. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not all his fault. It's also like X264 could relicense themselves as LGPL if they really wanted to, but they, like, the GPL has advantages. It is an advantage that like I mean, these are mostly advantages of the LGPL as well, but like the problem with, let's say, the BSD or the MIT license, or Earthquake is just because I'm like shaking the desk. The disadvantage of like MIT or BSD is that nothing is stopping someone from taking all of your hard work, adding some little bit to it, or maybe not even adding anything to it, and selling it for like $500. And they don't have to provide any of that source code back to you or to any of their users or anything like that. That's the downside. Now, LGPL I think requires that, like, if you fork the software, you have to provide the code back, but it doesn't require that your software also needs to be GPL. So I need to don't take what I'm saying as gospel, because I need to reread some of this stuff. But yeah, but there are certainly advantages to the GPL. There are reasons that it exists. It's so that like big corporations don't take advantage of like open source code. That's basically what Sony does with the PlayStation. Yeah, and that's why a lot of companies use BSD, because, you know, if the PlayStation OS, I think it's called, is it called Orbit? PlayStation OS on the PS4 is called Orbis. Yeah, Orbis OS. It's based on FreeBSD. Now, if that was based on Linux, in theory, I think they'd have to make Orbis open source. But because it's FreeBSD, they don't. And that's a great deal for Sony. Kind of sucks for users and the FreeBSD people. Though the FreeBSD people reckon that it's not such a big deal, because usually they claim that a lot of the big companies that use FreeBSD do provide patches back, just because it's easier for the company. Like if they write something, like if they do a fix in their code, it's easier to send it back to FreeBSD and let them maintain it than have to maintain it themselves. That's what they say. I don't know if that's true. It feels like FreeBSD is being taken advantage of, but they reckon they're not. So does anyone even use freenet OpenBSD? Yeah, I mean, it sees some server use, but it doesn't see a lot of... It's possible to use it on desktop, but it's not very common. LGPL, you have to link stuff externally, like in a DLL, to not have to be LGPL. Yeah, that's how like Audacity does it, don't they? They don't ship with like MP3 lame and like FFmpeg, but they let you do it later on, and then that doesn't break the license because the user did it, not them. And I guess we could do that. We could like maybe H.264, or X.264. We're talking about encoding, not decoding. Encoding, maybe X.264 could be like a plugin, like people would add later on. And otherwise, by default, maybe we'll just encode like AV1 and VPX and, you know, the royalty-free stuff. Maybe. Make your own license. I don't have to pay some lawyers to do that. Once used FreeBSD on desktop with XFCE and even got NVIDIA's up and running. I was left without audio though, but I don't reckon it would have been that hard. Yeah, I've been interested in trying a FreeBSD on the desktop. FreeBSD seems like one of those things where, in theory, it's a better OS than Linux. As someone said earlier, Linux doesn't actually have like a defined user space. Linux is a kernel. GNU is the user space, and that's why it's technically inaccurate to call it Linux. It's just much more fun to say.
Clyde is becoming sentient. He managed to change the notification subtext after like a year.
Which notification subtext? I don't know what you mean, but hey, thanks so much for the resub. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'd be interested in trying FreeBSD on the desktop. Tried putting Wine on FreeBSD to run like a Wine, but apparently they don't maintain the 32-bit repo, so they removed it. Oof. Aren't they working on... Well, I don't know if they are working on. On the Mac, because they dropped 32-bit as well, Crossover wrote like a way to thunk 32-bit Windows apps up to 64-bit so they can run on newer versions of macOS. And I think they upstreamed that into the Wine source code, but as far as I know, it might be Mac exclusive. I don't know if that works on Linux yet, but I feel like that probably is the future, to like, rather than maintain both 64 and 32-bit libraries, to just start thunking from 32-bit to 64. Are you talking about the best copyright license for Olive? I mean, I'm almost certain it's going to be GPL. If we can get away with LGPL, I'd prefer to. I like LGPL a little bit more. And the reason why I like LGPL is because, okay, so Blackmagic, the company, they have a lot of nice cameras, and they record into a format. They can record into a format called Blackmagic RAW, and they provide an SDK to decode that codec. However, that codec is closed source. So if we combine that with a GPL application, technically we are breaking GPL because we've combined open source code with closed source code. LGPL would let us do that in theory. The only concern I have with LGPL is what I said earlier, that If we had, if we wanted to use a GPL only library like X264, because it's GPL and not LGPL, in theory, anything that uses it should also be GPL. Whether we can like get around that by making X264 like a plugin that the user installs, possible, maybe. I'd have to read up on it. You could also reverse engineer it. Yeah, I mean, I could. I guess so. It's just, it'd be nice to, like, it's not just Blackmagic, it's also other things as well. It'd be nice to be able to do stuff like that without having to worry about it. Could you not just provide the library separately? Yeah. I believe that could be doable to provide, to make the user, again, make the user get it rather than provide it ourselves. I think that's doable. That's, I think, what we were considering doing with GPL Olive, but yeah, but it might be easier to just be LGPL anyway. Finding the right type of license sure sounds difficult. Well, I mean, I think it's almost, like I said, it's only really a choice between two. Like, I don't think we're gonna go for MIT or BSD. So, what happened to the time? Late. Yeah, we've been going for nearly a bit over 3 hours. Yo, Clive and chat. Nice to meet you. I'm ahead to dinner. I might come back after. Hey, welcome to the stream. Let me see. I do have one other thing. Oh, another thing I'd like to do one of these days. And I don't know if this is like a long-term idea. I've talked about this before. I'm gonna load up a VM real quick, as I always do. This is the one time I have managed to get GPU acceleration working on an old version of Mac OS X. I have not managed to do it with any other card or any other operating system. This is the only one. It is 10.5 Leopard, and it is an ATI Radeon HD 3870. You can tell it has GPU acceleration because, actually, yeah, you should. You can tell it has GPU acceleration, unless something broke. You can tell it has GPU acceleration because when I drop a thing down, it'll ripple! How fancy! And other things will happen, like the menu bar is semi-translucent. Things like that. I've been meaning to write my own GPU driver for Mac OS X that supports, because back then Mac OS X was only OpenGL, just OpenGL. So to me, I think that shouldn't be so hard. I don't have to reverse engineer Metal or anything like that. So I am interested, I'm curious about writing my own my own GPU driver for OS X that will like support OpenGL. I know that's a lot easier said than done. I don't think any virtualized GPU driver has ever done it. But it, like, in theory, it should be doable. And if I have a card that works on my system, then I can just, like, fucking run a debugger, hopefully, and, like, see what it does and just replicate that myself, I think. That's the idea, at least. A Vulkan Drive PowerPC? No. No. All I want is, I just want to be able to use like old like, keep in mind, this was back when they still had Rosetta, so it still had PowerPC emulation in it. I just like to be able to have these old OSs and be able to use them without having to actually use old hardware, you know what I mean? Do a write-up? Yeah. I mean, if I actually end up doing it, yeah. Why not 10.6? You tell me, or more specifically, Apple tell me. Apple rewrote a large amount of their graphics system in 10.6, and this doesn't work anymore. Like I said, it only works with this OS and this card. I've never seen it work for anything else. Yeah, it's for virtual machines specifically. It's not for old hardware. It's so that I can keep running. It's so I can keep running old versions of OS X on new hardware in a virtual machine with graphics acceleration. That's what I want. Here's Tiger 10.4. This I'm a little bit more nostalgic for, but sadly the GPU doesn't work here. I don't know why. It just kernel panics, so we get no ripples here. In theory, we would get them if it worked, but I don't know. It doesn't work, and I don't know why. Again, it only works on that one version and this one GPU. That's all we've got. What VM software? This is QEMU/KVM/libvirt for the purposes of GPU pass-through. Aqua still looks beautiful. That's what I'm saying. So that's not a today project. That's probably not even a within the next couple of months project. But it's a this could be cool one day project. What GPU? That's 10.5 with an ATI Radeon HD 3870. Again, the only version I've gotten to work and the only GPU I've gotten to work. 10.6 doesn't work with this GPU. 10.4 doesn't work with this GPU. And other GPUs I've tried don't work with any of them. So, yeah. Nice to run the PPC version in QEMU with 3D acceleration, not even need Rosetta. That would be interesting. I wonder if, what I write might be able to backport to that. Could be. On the topic of Wine, how are some apps able to block it? I used to be able to play Roblox on my Steam Deck, but a Roblox update blocked Wine. How can they do this? Well, Wine reports itself. Wine self-reports that it exists. You can we do this on Rebuilder actually. Oops, not that one. If you go to Lego Island Rebuilder and you search for Wine, yeah. So if you do a search in NTDLL for Wine get version, which I think is the established way of doing it, we can confirm we're on Wine. So yeah, there's established ways of detecting Wine. Or it might have been an accident in the sense that maybe they were detecting for something else that happens to be broken on Wine, or not work quite right on Wine. So there are ways. Damn, wow, a Matt KC stream? Nostalgia hits. Feels like I haven't been watching one of these since last year. Man, same. I feel like I haven't been live on Twitch since last year. It's crazy how that works. Can you set up Wine so it doesn't tattletale on the application? That's a good question. I actually was thinking about that. Can you remove the Wine get version? Oh, I guess if you recompile Wine, you can remove Wine get version. Apparently that worked at least once. Yeah. But I guess it seems like you might have to recompile it. Could it fail because you've only tried NVIDIA cards? That's not true. I've only tried AMD cards, actually. Or ATI cards, more specifically. What type of wine? A crisp white. White. Olive wine. Someone did try to run olive in wine. I was just like, what's even the point? It's already on Linux. So, yeah. If anything, I've actually wondered if it's because ATI, I actually wonder if it's the other way around. Because I've only tried ATI cards, Apple and ATI, I feel like Apple will is allowed to modify ATI stuff. They would let them do it, which means that PC cards might have a harder time running. I actually wonder if NVIDIA being more stubborn might mean that an NVIDIA card would have more compatibility, but I haven't really tried thoroughly. I have an NVIDIA card I could try, but like NVIDIA is also annoying because they have like ways, they have stuff that will like detect a VM and then you have to like get around that and it doesn't work. You're running KD theme to Windows 7 Aero Mega Paste. I am. I actually think I'll probably, I know this is blasphemous. I actually think I'll probably start sending this back to Plasma style pretty soon. Doesn't block VMs anymore actually. Well, keep in mind, we're not talking about new NVIDIA cards, we're talking about old NVIDIA cards. Everyone's saying no, but like, I don't know. I'm just not like... like, I set up Linux the way I wanted it to be set up, and then to switch it to Windows, to look like Windows 7, I had to like turn off some of those things. I had to turn off some things that I would prefer, I would prefer it to work more like. So it's quite possible at some point I'm just gonna switch it back. This is not Temple OS. No, not yet, not yet. This is now how you want. You're trying to brainwash me, okay? No, it's not gonna happen, alright? What does it take to actually switch it back? If I actually... Hang on, can I actually save this as a... It would be nice to be able to like switch back and forth. Can I save this as like a preset somehow? I guess I'm like... I just have to go through and select all this stuff. I think. I think I just... I'm gonna see what happens. It like did some of it. So actually, okay, if I go through... I see. Those are the main two, I guess. Amazing, yeah. But if I wanted to switch it back, now what do I do to do that? So I want to go like, so switch it to Cavantum, and switch this to 7 black. And then switch the colors to... What were the colors? It's one of these, I think. Arrow, that's right at the top. There we go. And then Smaragd. And then I'll switch to the fonts. The fonts are the most annoying part. The fact that you can't like set all these in one go. Are you downgrading? I don't know. I feel like I'm getting a little tired of it. But I want to be able to like switch it back if I want to. That's why I'm like going through the all the settings. All right, fine. I'll keep it for the rest of this stream, but I'll probably there's a good chance I'll have it set back by the next stream. But I'm not going to remove any of it, so we can always bring it back later on. Don't fret. If we need to catfish someone into thinking it's Windows 7 again, we can bring it back. I have one more stupid idea that I want to talk about, and it's so stupid. It's so dumb, but I'm so curious about it. And I know people have argued with me about this already, and I get it. It is so dumb. It's unbelievably... Wait, I need to change the cursor as well. It is unbelievably dumb. Here we go. That's what I wanted. All right. Yeah, I've already talked about this in the Discord. Talk about the Xbox 360. The Xbox 360. Talk about the bootloaders. I've been wondering recently about the feasibility of an Xbox 360 soft mod, what would be required? Currently, you need to glitch the chip so that it will accept a modified bootloader, and then from there on, you have full control pretty much. Here we go, indeed. And I don't have much more to say than I already said on Discord. It's just something I thought I'd bring up on stream if anyone has missed that. So, we've got these bootloaders. We've got 1BL, we've got 2BL, and we've got a bunch more, but we don't really care about any of those. 1BL and 2BL are the main ones we care about. 1BL is the secret ROM in the CPU. Can't really do anything about that. Its responsibility is to verify the signature of 2BL and jump to that, if good. 2BL. 2BL is actually split at a certain point. It wasn't initially split. It became split over time. 2BL is also known as CB, and when it got split into CBA and CBB. CBB does exactly what I believe does exactly what CB used to do. They just added this little shim in here to encrypt CBB by with the CPU key. I believe that was the main difference. So he was split to accommodate changes in FSB timings. Interesting. Can you even flash a new bootloader without wiring to the NAND? In theory, with a modded system, you can, but with a stock system, probably not. Well, not easily, at least. Like, if you got enough control, I'm sure you could do anything. But getting enough control would be challenging. Don't have access to the right permissions in a retail sandbox, it'll kernel panic. I mean, but I feel like software is software, though. If you could fuck with it enough, I feel like you could get those permissions. It's just very. I'll acknowledge it's very unlikely. It's like not very. There might be too many roadblocks in the way, but. But like, I never like to say anything is impossible, you know? People would have said running NT4 on the Wii was impossible, or decompiling Super Mario 64 was impossible. Soft modding's out of the question too. You can either bypass the hypervisor or flash the bootloader to bypass the hypervisor. Sure, I agree. Like true soft modding, like no zero soldering. Yeah, I agree. If you manage to get XAM to somehow give you permissions or falsify them signed, you will become a goat in the Xbox scene. Yeah, I mean, we're not going there yet. We haven't arrived at that point yet. What I'm really exploring here is what it would be like to, if there's a way to do modding without a glitch of any kind. So far this stream we've had just write a graphics driver, just write a video editor, and just write a 360 soft mod. Yeah, exactly. My understanding is, so there's a nice man, they might not be a man, there's a nice person on the internet who did some reversing of the 1BL, the secret ROM, and the CBA bootloader. And I've opened these up in Ghidra as well, myself. So, and if we look at how these work, so CBA is, my understanding is that this is what the RGH targets, essentially. Because it does some decryption, it does some shit like this, and then here it does it seems a SHA-1 hash, right? Have the rest of my bits. Hey, thanks for the bits. I really appreciate that. I don't know how many that is. I can't count that high. That's a lot of bits, though. I appreciate it. So yeah, it it does some RC4 stuff, it does some decryption, and then when it checks the signature, it does a SHA-1 hash. Now, SHA-1, it's a slight variant of a SHA-1 hash, but it is a SHA-1 hash. I believe, from what I can tell, it's just like a mildly obfuscated SHA-1 hash. I don't think it's necessarily more secure, it's just more like random, I think. That's my theory, at least. SHA-1 is not like particularly secure, especially in this day and age. There are already people who have managed to brute force like SHA-1 matched files and stuff like that. It's just skewed a bit to throw you off the scent. The whole thing is, yeah, I can. That was what I gathered from looking at it. Yeah, and I believe this memcompare here is what the RGH targets specifically. Like, as long as this returns a 0, then it's going to say all good. So ideally, so my stupid idea, and I again, it's really dumb, is that with enough people pitching in, maybe we ourselves could brute force a modified bootloader with a SHA-1 that will be accepted by this memcompare. And then we don't have to glitch. We don't have to glitch here, because it'll just work. And then I believe it will work. I believe the CBA is transplantable on any console. So it should just work on any system. And when I say brute forcing SHA-1, so what are the likelihood that this is going to happen? Well, well, so SHA-1 is... It's not extremely likely, but there have been projects like, I think it was Shattered and like, what was the other one? There were two specifically. Yeah. This is where they made 2 PDFs they brute forced it. Google and some university brute forced 2 different PDFs, so they would share the same SHA-1. And if Google and a university can do it, the thing about hashing is that a lot of the time, like to break, can't use Shattered as an example. Yeah, I know, this is just what I'm starting with. To break like an RSA 2048 key would take like, with current computing, would take something like what was it? It was some multiple of the estimated age of the universe with current computing. Now, with quantum computing, maybe it'll be more doable, but was it this one? Which was the other one I was thinking of? I definitely linked it in the Discord. Something more recently. Do it in my head. True. Was it this one? Which one was I thinking of? There was essentially one that said they were able to do it in like a few months, I think, and it cost them a lot of money. It cost them. No, I should find the source. I shouldn't just spew misinformation if it is misinformation. This one. This is what I was thinking of. Nope, not wine get version, not that. I think this is what I was thinking of, where yeah, so they did it in 2 months with 900 GPUs. They spent a shitload of money on it though. They spent, I I think something like $750,000. Oh no, they spent 75K. However, that was at the time, and they estimate that today it would cost $11,000, and that by 2025 it would cost $10,000 to brute force a collision, a SHA-1 collision. Now, I might not have $10,000 to spend on rented online GPU clusters, but again, if enough of us pitch in for free, we might be able to do it. Maybe not in 2 months either. It might take It might take like a year or two. I don't know. Depends on how many people believe. Then they say it might only just cost a couple thousand in a few years. So it might be doable. If enough of us throw in some RTX 4090s or whatever, we might be able to get a CBA or a CBB that passes this check and runs, maybe. So we need to get together, rent a supercomputer for a month or so. Once we have modified a super bootloader, then we charge people $100 a time to soft mod their console to get a return. Exactly. Well, hopefully the idea is people would contribute time out of their own, out of the goodness of their hearts. Wouldn't you still need to encrypt the bootloader with a CPU key? So 2 things. One, it depends which bootloader we encrypt or which bootloader we attack. Only CBB, I believe, is encrypted with the CPU key. CBA is not. So if we attack CBA, we can kind of do whatever we want. But there's also there's also already a version of CBA, the MFG version of CBA, this one, which is a signed version of CBA that does not care about the CPU key. It doesn't bother. So we could even start with this as a starting. We could even use this as a starting point. In theory, a patch CBA that does away with it will just boot anything. Yeah. So we might even go back to 1BL, and we might even say like, we might attack this SHA instead of the other one. I'm not sure. I have to look into like this because this is not just a mem compare. This is something else. I'd have to basically. I'd have to work on re-implementing this stuff and to see, like, as long as we can recreate it on a PC and then port it to, like, OpenCL or something like that, so it can run on people's GPUs, because that'll be a lot faster, we should have the framework in place to brute force this shit. So if we worked from CBA, if we were to like, it depends whether we attack CBA or CBB. But even if we attack CBB, I think in theory we could use this one, this version of CBA, which is signed, so it'll boot, but it doesn't care about the CPU key. So, in theory, it's doable, I think. I think the theory says we can get a bootloader that will appear to be signed, even without the signing key. When we'll get it, don't know. It could take anywhere from immediately to several years. And whether we'll get to a point where, and you know, all that does is remove the requirement for a glitch chip or like the RGH3 like wires from the SMC. It's not necessarily a full soft mod until we can get it, unless we find a way to flash from a retail app, which is as we've established, not likely, but still, it's a step in the right direction. It could be. Make a video announcing the project. Yeah, if I get this working, if I can actually recreate one of these, well, if I can re-implement some of this and port it to OpenCL and get like all the infrastructure we need, then yeah, I'd make a video about it. I'd say, hey, do you want to tell Microsoft to eat shit, then we can break the 360 maybe. We can at least be a step further to something like that. So it's just something I've been thinking about. Just an interesting idea, essentially, that I've been considering. You want to dedicate your hardware to cracking a hash? I do. Look up Hashcat. Why? What is it? We're still going to need to like write our own like implementation to make sure we do exactly what the Xbox 360 does. Why are we on Windows 7? Why are you not on Windows 7? That's what I'm saying. If you make a program to run a computer to use the GPU power to generate them, I'd be willing to help out and run it. That's the idea. Yeah, it would be folding at home, but it would be 360 cracking at home. You know, it's perhaps not as good of a cause as folding at home, but you know, it's about as good as SETI at home, probably. Search for extraterrestrial intelligence, I think that's what it was. No notification? Oh yeah, my bot crashed. Huh. It timed out on something, I wonder why. Well, I've restarted it. What was that? A timer timed out. Some kind of network connection timed out. I have no fucking idea. Whatever. Thank you so much for the gift sub, iDef. Sorry for missing that. And for gifting us up to That Squid Guy is Live. And thank you so much to Zaum Rocks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. For 3 months. Hell yeah. The bot is back up. So yeah, so it should be able to get. I'll get the next notification hopefully. Hashcat is what the Steel Battalion community used to crack a password-protected zip that had an early build of the game. But what? Okay, I'll look into that at some point. I'll see if it can be applied here. But like we're doing, yeah, we just need something that can brute force SHA-1s on a GPU, and do it in exactly the same way, so that we know it'll work exactly as well on the real 360, on the hardware. Cracking X360 on a PS3. Yeah, I mean, you could. The thing is, the PS3 was a supercomputer at the time. You know, nowadays, your phone might have more power than a PS3. Maybe not more, but like, it wouldn't be that different nowadays. That's the thing. Yeah, but what about 2 PS3s? True. Nah, it's just that, I mean, it all comes down to like, computing can be quite cheap. Like you can get a Core 2 Duo for under $50 nowadays, probably. What it's gonna come down to is the long-term cost, the electricity going into that PC. You're gonna get more out of an i9, a modern i7, than you are out of the same electricity cost for a Core 2 Duo. That's where the long-term cost will be
Cheer
bigger.
100.
Hey, thanks for the 100 bits, iDef. I really appreciate it. Make a leaderboard for that's kind of a good idea. Like to gamify it a little bit. So it's kind of, it's not just doing it. It's also just a little bit of fun, you know. Is this sort of project you could push to some free Google GPU compute trial? Probably. Like it's just, I assume it'll just be simple OpenCL, or CUDA, you know. Bypass the electricity meter, simple. Just steal somebody else's electricity. That's how you do it. Folding a home as leaderboard. Yeah, I actually think gamifying it a little bit probably is just because like that way it's not just running an app on your computer. It's also, you know, having a little bit of fun. It can be a little bit competitive. It just adds a little bit more to the experience. I can see that being a good idea, yeah. Interesting. Hashcat could be quite interesting. I don't know if would we have to fork it in order to add like, because the Xbox 360 isn't just a SHA-1. It's like a SHA-1 with some extra shit to obfuscate it. Not in a way that like randomizes it. Not in a way that like makes it less likely for a collision, I don't think. Just in a way that like obfuscates it. Just makes it a little less obvious that it's SHA-1. So we might have to like add some stuff to it. We'll see. We'll see how. I'll look into that after the stream. Microsoft's gonna do some suing at home. I actually wonder what they'd... If I made a video like, hey, 360, go download 360 cracking at home. I wonder if they'd like try to take some action. I can't imagine they would, just because this console is almost 20 years old. Do people really... do they really care? Like, is it really... Like, if we were cracking the Xbox One or the Xbox Series, I could see them being a little bit like, ooh, that's a bit recent. But like the 360, I mean, come on. I don't know if they... Is that really going to affect their bottom line? You know what I mean? SHA, not quite one. Yeah. Interesting. I have to look into that for sure. Okay. Thanks for the tip. I'll look into Hashcat. Sony loves patching old consoles. I guess so. Zed's dead. Zed, thank you so much for the 200 bits. I really appreciate it.
Tier 200.
Hell yeah. They would want to set a precedent. Yeah, possibly. Possibly. I mean, I'm not saying they... Actually... Yeah, I'm not saying it wouldn't be within their legal right to do so, because we probably break the DMCA has an anti-circumvention clause, like you're not supposed to circumvent copyright protection schemes. So you could argue, I don't know what a court would say, but you could argue we would be in violation of that. I could see the argument, but so it would be a matter of like, how much do they care? Technically still in service to back compat. Yeah, but like, would our mod have any impact on that? Like, would it have any? Would it lead to any like effect on the newer consoles? My guess is maybe it would actually, because when you run a 360 game on an Xbox One, it like plays the whole 360 BIOS. So does that mean it goes through the bootloaders and you could like fuck around and... But no, you could... I wonder actually. You think Bill Gates will care? I mean, since he's such a big fan of BillGates.sex, I feel like he might give me a pass on this one. You know what I mean? You still have to flash the NAND, yeah. Yeah, we haven't gotten around, like, it's not a total soft mod yet, it's just a glitchless soft mod. Online is still linked to Series X with backwards compatibility. Ah, I see. Still, I mean, would they, they don't, as far as I know, have they DMCA'd any like RGH stuff? Because that would have the same issue in theory. I mean, as would probably be quite public if I were to make a video about it, like, hey, get involved. That would be quite a public thing, whereas like a lot of stuff can kind of fly under the radar. But yeah. Could lead to more modding. Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, but you do still have to flash it, so it's not solderless yet. But anyway, I don't need to. I have a good 150 Xbox 360 game discs under my bed. True. Pirate? Pfft. I'm just acquiring backups. Yeah. What is funny is that DMCA is USA specific, yet every other country complies while they don't have to. Yeah, it's just, they just want to be on the right footing. That's why I need to move to like China. China's probably one of the few, China and Russia and North Korea, I think, are the three countries that if you got a DMCA, the country would be like, just say, go fuck yourself. But like, then you have to actually live in China, Russia, or North Korea. That's the problem. Could be solders with pogo pins. Interesting. So it's still not free because you have to buy a flasher. So it's not a zero cost, but it is solderless. That could be interesting, actually. Set up a Git server in Russia. if it was a resistant enough host, then yeah. Belarus legalized pirating foreign software to evade sanctions. Huh. That's like Australia legalizing mod chips for the purpose of region lockouts. Because like Australia didn't want anything to do with region lockouts. They don't want to be locked out of shit. They're they're like, well, all right, we can. Y'all gonna let people use mod chips as long as they're only using them for bypassing region bullshit and not copyright protection. Then all right, fair enough. Combining a PS3 and 360 and seeing if you can install Linux with the PS3 portion. Interesting. Yeah. Technically, China has some embargoes on them dating from the 90s, like they were not supposed to have legal Windows licenses. Really? I guess I could believe that. Do I have any friends in like China or Russia? They could set up a Git server, like just a local Git server, and that way we don't have to worry about like, because I could even imagine a company, even if they're in Russia or China, if a VPS company might still want to be like, ooh, we want to keep America happy. So I'm trying to wonder, like, do I have a friend who would locally host a Git server for me, and then, so it's a little bit more resistant to takedowns. What if we brute forced an update file? Then a soft mod could be a hacked update file. It's a good question. Does the NAND ever get modified through an update? Through a system update? I'm right here? Interesting. Well, yeah, we'll look into it. There's a lot of interesting stuff, I feel like, that we could achieve with enough GPU power. We could maybe a 360 mod-ish. Any idea how you could host a Modern Warfare 2 server that an Xbox could connect to? Has someone reverse engineered the server? It does touch the NAND, I'm pretty sure. Huh. What an interesting idea. Can you replace CBA or CBB from an update? Wait, yeah, you must be able to, right? Because the article we were looking at, or the wiki page we were looking at, here, bootloaders, it says that, was that here, or maybe it was a different page? Yeah. They split with the launch of the S, and then split 2BLs were added to the original Xbox with the 14.717 update. So... huh. So, if we had... Only thing that can't is 1BL because burned his chip. Yeah, definitely. That makes sense. So, what we need is a modified CBA or CBB that verified as a correct as digitally signed. Then we would if we pack that into a software update somehow, Xbox 360 soft mod question mark? If it's signed with a key, we need to brute force the key. Well, if it's no, well the problem with that is Microsoft definitely has a key. They have a RSA 2048 key that they sign everything with. But this key would take, like with current computing, this key would take like several times the estimated age of the universe to brute force. It's a lot easier to brute force something like SHA-1, which can be done in our lifetimes, as has been demonstrated. So we'd need something like this again. The old keys are in the wild. Which old keys? Update files have to be public signed, but there's nothing stopping you from sending a signed update via XBL to a console running an old dash with a leaked cert that may or may not exist. Via XBL to a console running an old dash. Does that mean people would have to be like on old stuff though? So would that not work on newer ones? Full server keys. So like, we might be able to masquerade as a server and like distribute a software update. Interesting. Huh. I just realized I've tiled this on the right side of my screen behind the chat, so you can't see it. That's one potential attack vector. Huh. So we'd still need a that's brute forced to verify as digitally signed. So we'd still need this step. Signing keys might still need to be bruted though. I don't know if there's any of those in the wild. Somehow. I mean, there's a non-zero chance that they use another SHA-1 here. Like the digital signature is SHA-1 again, and they kept using it just for backwards compatibility. So maybe we'll have to brute force 2 SHA-1s, but that might be doable. The answer is clear. Hack Microsoft. Yeah, you gotta like, we just gotta break in and get the signing key. It's easy. Yeah. What about the Xenia emulator? Do they have keys? So you have the console in dev mode, whatever app you made in Unity could be used to attempt to hack into. You want to brute force SHA-1, are you drunk? No, it's like actually quite possible. It's like theoretically possible to brute force SHA-1.
Cue up Mission Impossible music cheer 100.
Hey, thanks for the 100 bits. Yes, indeed. It's like, it's not easy. It's not easy to break SHA-1, but it's not easy to crack the hypervisor either, or any of that. Anyway, nothing in life is easy, indeed. I mean, for the one I'm using, the resource I'm using for this is this, which is I don't know when this happened. I think this might have been 2020 or something like that. Which is a chosen prefix collision, a successful chosen prefix collision that I apparently got in about 2 months with $75,000. Now I don't have $75,000, but I have time and computing power. Open source development to hacking a closed source console. It's all about just opening everything up, no matter what it is. When was this? This was, this was 2020. So, at least in 2020, they apparently, ostensibly, managed to do it. Diversity, hell yeah. Again, like I said, I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying that with enough, like, NVIDIA RTXs on it. Hey Matt, guess what? What are we looking at? What's happened? Still think it would be really cool, even if you had to use a pogo pin flasher. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I was interested in that idea too. Staring contest. All right. Couldn't you potentially dump the contents of the secure ROM and see if there's anything in there? Yeah, we can. But the secure ROM doesn't have, like, we can actually, this is someone's pseudocode of the secure ROM. You can kind of see how it works, but like, it can't be modified, and it seems pretty rock solid insofar as it checks the SHA-1, it checks the signature, and only jumps to it if it accepts the signature. So yeah, what I'm thinking is we don't necessarily find an exploit. We just exploit the fact that SHA-1 is not very secure in 2024. It was fine in 2005, but now it's 20 years later. 3.8 times 10 to the 6 seconds, or roughly 1.24 billion years for a SHA-1, so you need a lot of RTX. Yeah, we probably will. I'll have to get a lot of help from the community. But like, people have managed to do it, and that the fact that people can do it, like, usually the limitation is just like, you can't brute force that in our lifetimes. Like, you can't, with current computing technology, you can't brute force RSA 2048 in our lifetimes. But you can, with current computing technology, brute force SHA-1. Maybe in 10 years you'll be able to brute force RSA 2048. Best chance to get a dev kit. I know many got one from the trash, but like, a dev kit still won't have the signing keys. I don't think that really helps us though. Dump keys. No, but they won't have like the private keys on it. They'll have every Xbox 360 has public keys on it, but they don't have private signing keys on them. Anyway, all right, staring contest. Let's go. Let's get the let's get live split up as always. Here we go. All right, you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Ooh, that was a close one. That was not all the way. Oh no. Oh no. Ooh, that was close too. Oh, damn it. All right. 17. It's all right. It's all right. What's my PB? Hang on. Compare against personal best. Oh, that was 1 second longer, because LiveSplit thinks personal best is shortest, but it's actually here it's longest. So that was, I think I just beat my PB, because it was 16 seconds and now it's 17. I think. Is there a way to tell LiveSplit to that longer is better? Or is that just not what it's designed to do? 10k well spent. I love K-Coin. I'm so proud of this community. But compare against personal worst. I don't have that option. It just says personal best, best segments, average segments, real time, and game time. Unless that's somewhere else. I'm not using LiveSplit 1. This is just Windows LiveSplit that I'm running in Wine. Matt, I have a Dell PowerEdge with 64 cores. Would you be willing to make the program also work with a CPU? Yeah, I think that'd make sense, because not everyone's gonna have like, not everyone's gonna have a GPU. Some people are gonna want to run it on just a system with an integrated GPU. So I'll have a CPU backend. I mean, if we do end up using Hashcat, that kind of covers everything for us. It's got like OpenCL, Metal, CUDA, AMD, ROCm, and it can do a CPU as well. I just don't know if we're going to have to fork Hashcat in order to get the Xbox 360's SHA not quite one in. That's the only thing I'm not sure about. I could think of a better way to spend a few gigawatts of energy. I can't. Hard disagree. Enable in the settings. Oh, okay, let's take a look. Settings. I might just look it up. There's probably instructions somewhere. LiveSplit personal worst. Oh, in settings, check out active comparisons. Oh, okay. There it is. I guess I'd go worst segments. It says best segments, best split times, average segments, median segments, worst segments, balanced PD, latest run, and none. So I guess I'll go worst segments. There we go. Yeah, cool. That works. Shah not quite one, aka Shank one. Well, it actually does have a name. It's, I think, well, it's Rot Sum Shah, but I assume it's short for like rotational or rotated sum. What song is this? What song was that? That was Forsaken by Funk Fiction. I'll play it again. Sent you a DM. Alright, I'll check that out. Oops, I just debated everyone. Okay. Turns out the Chinese stole Microsoft signing key at some point. No idea where to get it from, but that's a thing that happened. We really do have to go to China. Matt KC goes to China. But did they steal the right signing key? Because I assume they have several of them. Or did they just steal all of them? They could have. Don't do something that affects the Series X backwards compatibility to a point Microsoft has to go back and update the Series X to block it. Yeah, that is a concern. It's like, what if they, like, nothing's stopping them from, like, yeah, if they just want to distribute a fucking new one, a new update, they could probably, that's the I'd say probably the biggest downside with this approach is that it's probably quite easy to break. Actually, no, I mean, if we change, if we target CBA, not much we can do about that. Not much they can do about that because they can't change 1BL. Maybe even if we target CBB, but yeah, the whole like distributing through an update thing, that would be really interesting. But yeah, that I feel like that could probably be patched out. Is there any exploit to the not quite SHA 1-bit that might speed it up? Maybe it exposes some patterns. If you want, the algorithms are well known. People have reversed them before. I looked at them. I don't know if I'm not a cryptographic expert, so I might not be smart enough. But I didn't see anything that was particularly like exploitable. Could take a closer look. I do think we should try and do whatever we can to reduce the complexity, for sure. Start praising Xi Jinping. Yes, you're right. CBA is what you want to target because of CBB needing to be encrypted with a CPU key. There's for the console and needs RJ to get it. Yeah, I mean there is that MFG CBA that is theoretically usable, but like yeah, ideally CBA is probably what we want to target. Yeah. If there was a way to exploit the console via updates, it'd be no different to how it worked on PS3, Wii, etc., where you just don't update past X. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it'd be a little shit for people who do update, but whatever. Don't forget that unless they blacklist every single form of kernel version, you can always just downgrade via NAND flash to any retail kernel. Interesting. Yeah, anyway, I feel like this might... There's a chance. There's a chance. It's not, like I said, it's not gonna be easy. It's not gonna happen automatically. But there's a chance, right? All right, so let's see. Goddamn ads interrupting when it gets to the good stuff. Well, here's my Bezos also. Oh, is that supposed to be a sub? You are subbed. Maybe it just didn't go. Oh, there it is.
Thanks, Twitch. Goddamn ads interrupting when it
Classic.
gets to the good stuff. Well, here's my Bezos pesos. Also, swat 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 swat.
Oh my God. The rare time Sam actually gets it right. Hang on, can we... Here we go. I'll trigger one for you, just to... just for solidarity.
Swat 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 swat.
Excuse me?
Swat 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 swat.
Need spaces? Maybe I do. He's broken. He's saying it correctly. What on earth?
Since when could Microsoft Sam actually say swat 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 swat?
Sam grew up. He is. He's growing up. He's getting old. You're telling me swa is pronounced swa? Since when? What on earth? Alright, let's put in the classic. Maybe it's too many. Maybe I have to cut them down a little bit.
My Rafflecopter goes swat 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 swat.
What's Microsoft's problem? Yeah, maybe spaces. You're probably right.
My Rafflecopter goes swat swat.
There he
swat,
is.
swat, swat,
All right,
swat, swat,
we got him back, boys. We got him back. Yeah. Okay. I got it. I feel like, yeah, it must be because of the space at the end. Swat, 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 swat. It reminds me of what is it? Bush hid the facts. Back in the day on like Windows XP and earlier, Windows would see the text "Bush hid the facts" in ASCII, and it would assume that it was UTF-16, and it would so if you saved a file saying "Bush hid the facts" and reopened it, it would show as Chinese. There's a couple phrases like that, but yeah. So you just have to have exactly the right setting, so you have exactly the right setup, and then you can trigger the Windows glitch basically. Everything from NT 3.5 to XP, yeah, they changed it in Vista. Good times. Bug. Clearly, it's a subliminal message, obviously. Effective power is my favorite bug. That was a wild one. I was not an iPhone user at the time, I don't think. Actually, no, I was. But I think what happened was I remember this, yeah. Actually, my friend tried to send that to me, but I think Apple had just released the update and I just installed the update like literally that day, and then they sent it. I was like, Lamau. But yeah, I remember distinctly that I was not susceptible to that bug, but I forgot. At first I thought it was just because I was an Android user, but I think back then I still wasn't. It's the China DOS use. No. It's okay, we can make a pact. As long as China, like, funds me enough RTX 4090s to break the break the Xbox 360, we'll be all good. I will never say anything else bad about China ever again. The fact that Bush hid the facts was the one phrase to trigger is proof the universe is a simulation and the events are dictated by comedy writers. You are not wrong. Not wrong at all. Okay, I think we might be coming to the end of the stream. Now sponsored by ByteDance and Tencent. You know, like I said, there are certain things that I'd like to do that I could probably get away with in China, but not not in the Western world. Stuff like breaking the Xbox 360. But I don't know if I actually want to live in China. There's plenty of good food in China that I would like to eat. I don't know if that would be good enough long term though. Add something to the bot to add spaces in between, so it always says it like that. I guess I could. Tell China I've been chilling. I'll offer them some bin chilling. That's right. Ice cream. Oh yeah, the bot should be broken. If anyone wants to try it. Actually, no, because never mind, because I had to restart the bot halfway through, so it's going to be unbroken now. No, maybe it could be. I don't know. I don't know what state it's in because I restarted it. Deleting the ByteDance broke my website video real quick. True. Ah, shit. Not my Windows 2000 bot. Yeah. Anyway. Alright. So, yeah, I think we'll call this a stream. Time to sleep. I agree, except I'm not going to sleep, but something like that. Well, anyone I can raid to? You know what? Yes. I'll raid to old friend of the stream at Dragon Sparks. Old, like, 2017, 2018 era Matt Casey friend of the stream. Alright. Well, thank you all for hanging out. I'll be back on I don't know when. But I think what we'll do is I think we'll work on either Olive Godot or Xbox 360 reversing. Or Burnout 3. I think it'll be one of those three. Maybe on Friday. I think. Yeah. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. All that shit. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Bye-bye.